And
100.
thank you. Serena?
100.
Thank you. Brigitte? Monica?
I got it all right.
Perfect. Kaya? Thank you. Arjola? Idorilis? Did I say that right?
Ito.
Ito? Okay. Okay. Bobby?
100.
Jyothi? Daja? Deja? Thank you. Okay. All right. On the front of your book, your yellow book is a number. It'll start with a Y, like Y2, Y18, Y something. When I call your name, if you can tell me your number of your book, I forgot to do this yesterday. Yeah, I know. I told you not to bring it. It's fine. If you have it, give it to me. If not, it's fine. I just forgot to do it. Victoria, do you have yours? 9? Okay. Jaylind?
7.
Thank you. Serena?
11.
Thank you. Monica? Pass. Kaya? That's fine. Bobby?
12.
And Deja?
5.
Okay. And Ito?
5.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, sorry, that was on me. I forgot. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right. When you're taking your test, this is the answer sheet, right? The answer key. At the very bottom there, in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see the grading scale. Each question is worth 5 points. So when I ask for the grades, you can just, if you miss 3, it'll tell you got an 85. If you don't want to do the conversion, that's okay. Just tell me I missed 3 and I'll do the conversion in my head. It's not a big deal, but that's where the grades are located. All right. So how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan, right? And it's not just the care plan, it's the whole care plan and nothing but the care plan. What does that mean? Yeah, don't alter it. Don't change it. Don't think, right? We either follow it, or what happens if we can't follow it for whatever reason? Yeah, we tell the nurse. Patient says no, can't find the supplies. I'm supposed to use 2 caregivers and nobody's helping me. Whatever the case may be, if you can't follow that care plan, the only other option is to tell the nurse, right? Good? Good. All right. While we're doing those tasks, what should we also be making? Whoops, I'm not advancing my slides. Sorry. Okay. We should be making observations. And who do we report those observations to? The nurse. That is our entire set of instructions. And the test is going to be testing you on that, not just on the clinical skills, right? On the clinical skills, they give you a list of 3 skills. You're going to do those 3 skills exactly the way the care plan tells you to. So if you have to do some exercises and it tells you, good morning, it tells you to do the exercises on the right shoulder, and you do the left shoulder instead, even if you did everything absolutely perfectly, you're still going to fail. Why would you fail? Because you didn't follow the care plan. And we don't know what's happening with the patient's other shoulder. Maybe it just had surgery. Maybe there's a blood clot in that arm. There's a reason why the care plan is telling us to do the right shoulder, not the left. There's a reason there. So if you aren't following the care plan, you're putting your patient at risk. Does that make sense? So the clinical test is testing you on, did you follow the care plan? But the written test is also going to test you on this as well. Do you guys remember me saying that I'm creating a whole thing for the written test to help, with and I told you guys we're going to be the guinea pigs. Well, I worked on it quite a bit last night or yesterday, actually all day yesterday, and I've got quite a bit of it written. I'll be probably toward the end of class, I'll be giving it to you. But this is the cheat sheet for it. Okay. So when taking the written test, I'm just kind of giving you a sneak peek. Nobody else has seen this. You guys are my guinea pigs. But when you're taking the written test, this is what you need to know. This is it. This is what you need to know to pass the written test. We have to, what do you think F stands for? Follow the care plan, right? So I'm very on brand. I'm very true to what I teach. A is act for emergencies. So there's something about the test that's actually pretty cool. Okay. When you're taking the test, the written test, if you scan the answers and you see the answer, notify the nurse, 99% of the time, that's your right answer. Because that's what we do, right? So 99% of the time, if you see an answer that says notify the nurse, that is the right answer. Now read them all just to make sure. Read the question to make sure. But if you see that answer, it should ding in your brain. That's the right answer. Let's verify. Now there's one big exception to that. Big exception to that. If your patient is in immediate jeopardy, we're not going to leave them to go tell the nurse. We have to deal with the issue and then go tell the nurse, right? So if you see that answer, notify the nurse. Go back up to the question. Is that patient in danger? Is this a dangerous situation? Is this something that needs to be dealt with right away? And if the answer is yes, deal with it and then tell the nurse. Good. If it's not an emergency, just tell the nurse. So that's going to answer about 30% of your questions on the test. Right there. Right there. That answers about 30% of the questions on your test. Now, we kind of have to think about safety, okay? And with safety, safety always requires an action. Always. So if there's water on the floor, does telling the nurse help? Somebody's going to slip. There's an action there we have to take. We're going to clean it up. If we notice that equipment, a cord is frayed, do we just leave it there and tell the nurse? No, it's safety, so it requires an action. We're going to remove it. Make sense? Good. If our patient is getting wobbly while we're walking them, that's safety. That requires an action. Good morning. Does that make sense? Okay. So if the question is about safety, your answer has to be about action. That's going to take care of about 20% of your test. Just knowing that, 20% of your test. Now, then we get to C, which is clinical thinking. Now, this is the part everybody thinks the test is all about. Okay. This is what you and your brain is thinking, this is what they're going to be asking me. These are all the questions you expect, like, how do you work with somebody with Parkinson's? What do you do with dementia patients? The medical terminology. What are your normal vital signs? Those are the questions you expect. Yeah, it's only 10%. 10% of the test is what you expect. Okay. So we got 30% report to the nurse, look for an emergency, but notify the nurse. We've got about 20% act for safety. We got about 10% things that you learn that, in your homework reading. And then we come to T. T is my favorite. T is how we talk to and treat the patient. It's going to be about 20%. You're going to have a lot of questions on this. How do you treat? It's not enough to give the best bed bath in the world. If you are the crappiest person on the planet to do that, you're not going to be a good CNA. Right? How we care for the patient matters just as much as how we care for the patient. Does that make sense? Good. So we have to think about things like respect, patient rights, honoring choices, encouraging autonomy and independence. We're never going to restrict. We're never going to punish. We're never going to treat an adult like a child, right? We have to treat them right. Help isn't help if it doesn't help. Make sense? And then we have S. Now, S is skills and performance. These are the other types of questions you think are going to be on the state exam. This is what comes first when you're washing your hands, turning the faucet on or applying soap. Which one of those comes first? Why? Okay, it's dirty, but remember we have to wet our hands before we apply soap, right? That way the soap spreads around. We talked a little bit about that, right? So these are going to be kind of your skill performance questions, your ordering questions, that type of thing. Those are the questions on the state exam. You now know exactly how to answer all of them. So there are some trigger words that you should be aware of, though. If you see certain words in the answer, they're probably not the right answer. So things like always, that's a really, really strong word. I've been living on this planet for a very long time, and I can tell you with pretty good certainty that always never happens. There's always an exception somewhere, somehow, right? So always, if the answer starts with always, probably not the right answer. Okay. Same thing with never. Probably not the right answer. We should look at those with suspicion. But we also have the more obvious ones like force, make. You can't make an adult do anything. Restrict, punish, right? Those are never, ever the right answer. So if you see those in your answer choices, you can dismiss them right away. Not the right answer. Keep going. So all of that, everything I just said, is what's on here. We have facts, right? Follow the care plan, act for safety, clinical thinking, talk and treat, skills and performance. We have our golden rule up here, which means we report to the nurse. If it's an emergency, take care of that first, then report to the nurse. We have our test tips here. So we're going to figure out what category. We're going to look at the question and the answers before we answer. And based on the category, we're going to figure out the right answer, right? So if it's a care plan question, we're going to follow the care plan. If it's a safety question, we're going to act for safety, right? And then down here are the elimination words, if you see these words. So this is going to be a cheat sheet when you're getting ready for the written test. All of you guys will get this at the end of toward the end of the class, not today's class, the course. Okay. Will that help you? Now, what if I gave you now keep this in mind, right? So what if I gave you something that explained everything I just said and gave you practice test questions for each one of those categories so you could see what F questions would look like and what A questions would look like and what C questions would look like? Would that help you? And then I gave you another 30 questions where I didn't tell you, but I gave you a little icon like FACTS. Would that help you? And then I gave you a practice test that didn't have anything and have you figure it out and then tell you whether you're right. Would that help you? Do you think by the end of all that, you'd be okay taking the written test? That's what you're going to get at the end. That's what I'm working on now. Okay. You guys are going to get it. I think that I think I'll probably give this to my classes, but I think I'm going to charge $5 for it for everybody online because I put a lot of work into this. And it's very unique. It's not just practice tests don't really help you guys. I know everybody goes online and takes a million practice tests to see if they're ready for the state exam. There's two problems with practice tests, two really big that nobody talks about, right? You take practice tests. The problem is, number one, it doesn't guide you. It doesn't teach you how to take the test. It just gives you questions. You either get them right or wrong. And if you got them wrong, you read the rationale to try to figure out why you got it wrong. And then you tuck that into your head as a memorized fact that you'll never remember. Okay. So they're not really effective. They don't teach you how to test. They just tell you, yeah, you're right or wrong. And that doesn't really help. The second problem is more realistic. You know, all those free practice tests that are online, you know, those aren't really free, right? People don't put stuff on the internet for free without getting something in return. That something is usually ad revenue. Does that make sense? Right? People don't give stuff away for free. They've got to get paid somehow because it costs money to have a server and to host content on a server. And it costs time to create these resources. So they've got to get paid somehow. And the most of the time, the somehow is ads. The longer they can keep you on that site, the more ads they serve you. The more ads they serve you, the more money they get. You guys see how that works? So if you're taking a practice test and it's giving you questions that are like, I didn't know I need this. Oh my gosh, I'm not ready for the test. You will stay on that site longer. You will probably pay them money to unlock extra questions because you don't think you're ready. And they're going to be able to serve you a whole lot more ads. Does that mean that those questions are actually the types of questions you'll see on the exam? No, there is a financial advantage to them to serve you questions that have absolutely no business being on that site, because they'll make you doubt your own knowledge. So when you're taking practice tests, I want you to remember this. I'm not telling you not to take them. They're fine. Go take them. That's fine. But I want you to remember when you're taking them that the questions that you're seeing may not truly reflect the scope of the CNA. Good. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So we understand skill rules. This was the very first thing that we learned on Monday. And I told you we're going to memorize, or not memorize, we are going to learn all 11 things on that back wall. Well, we took care of 3 of them on Monday. We learned this, and then we learned the opening. So the opening is something we do at the beginning of every single skill that we do. Every skill we do, doesn't matter what the skill is, it starts here. So every skill starts with an opening, and every opening starts with a knock. Yeah. Always knock and enter. Once you've entered the room, you're going to greet who? Yeah. And this is actually important. Good morning, good afternoon. Hi, hello. We're going to bring some sunshine in with us, even if we have to go borrow some. Okay. We're going to bring some sunshine in. So be nice. Once we've greeted the resident, we have to do what? Well, what do we need to know about them? Their name. That's right. So we're going to announce their name. That's the easiest way for the test. Hi, Mrs. Jones. Or you can ask them their name. What is your name? And they can tell you. Either way works for the test. I go for simple because simple gets the job done. Hi, Mrs. Jones. Now, once we have established that we have the right patient, what do they need to know about us? Our name and title. That's right. So, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. Now, a lot of students get this confused. Well, which one comes first, right? Do I identify the patient first, or do I tell them who I am first? And the answer is it doesn't matter. There's no order required here. But if we remember what we learned on Monday, remember I said it's always about the patient, right? So using that rule, we really should identify the patient first before us. Okay? Just kind of an easy way to remember it. Because if you walk in, I'm just going to give you a real life scenario here. If you walk into a patient's room and they were just told that they have cancer, and they're trying to figure out what their treatment options are and how it's going to affect their finances, their work, their relationships and everything else. Their whole life has been turned upside down. They are scared, they are angry, they are confused, they are alone, and they are terrified. And you walk in and say, "Hey, I'm Patty, your CNA today." They have no idea if you're actually there for them. Does that make sense? We have to remember that our patients are going through a life-altering situation. For us, it's just another Tuesday. This is just work. This is the same work I did yesterday, the same work I'll do tomorrow. It's just another day. But to our patients, this is catastrophic. So we are not coming at this from the same viewpoint, are we? So if you establish early, my focus is on you. By saying their name, it helps establish trust there. Good. Little psychology there for you. Okay. All right. So we're going to tell them our name and title. And then we have to explain to them what we're there to do. Yeah. So you can put this in your words. I'm here to take you for a walk. I'm here to feed you. I'm here to get you dressed. You can put it in your own words. That's fine. Or you can read it right off the care plan if you're scared for the test, and that's fine too. But they do need to know what you're there to do. And then we have to get the most important thing in healthcare. What is that? Consent. Absolutely. You are not allowed to touch another human without their permission. You're just not. You're not. And it doesn't matter what setting you're in. If I walk over to Golden Corral and start grabbing people, somebody's going to call the cops on me. If I go into a hospital room and start grabbing people, it is the same thing. Make sense? Okay. So we have to get consent. What if the patient says no?
Where's the nurse?
Yeah, we just let the nurse know. You probably should find out why, because people don't generally say no for no reason. There's usually a reason behind it. I don't feel good today. I'm hurting. I've got a headache. I've got family coming. They're about to take me to get an x-ray. There's a reason behind that no, and it helps if you know what that reason is. It could be, I don't like you. That's a valid reason. That is a valid reason, guys. There are people that I have been in line with at Winn-Dixie that I didn't like. Didn't know them, didn't have to. There's just a vibe there. We aren't vibing, right? Everybody's had that situation. You might remind them of somebody that kicked dirt in their face in preschool. It's a possibility. Just because you're there doesn't mean they have to like you. So it could be as simple as, I don't like you. Could be. That's a valid reason. You probably want to find out a little bit more. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there something I did? Can I change somehow? Can you give me more? I am always opportunity for improvement. I am team improvement. Tell me what I'm doing wrong and I will do everything in my power to fix it. I'm not going to get defensive. I'm not going to get mean. I'm not going to get angry. I'm going to try to fix it. Once I know there's a problem, hey, there's an opportunity for improvement. I'm so sorry I was giving that vibe off. Yeah, I'm probably not having a really good day here today. Let me reset. Let me start over. Okay. And then there's going to be people that you're just not going to get along with no matter what. They exist. They exist. But either way, if the patient says no, we're going to try to find out a little bit more and take that to the nurse. Hey, that guy, he doesn't like me. He said no. He said that I'm not even allowed in his room. Well, that's something that the nurse needs to know. It could be a patient problem, but it could also be a you problem. Either way, the nurse needs to know. Good? Good. All right. Once we get consent, then we're going to close the curtain. Don't close the curtain before you get consent. That's very presumptuous. That kind of tells the patient, I really don't care if you're consenting. I'm closing the curtain because we're going. Make sure you get consent first, because otherwise you're taking away your patient's right to refuse. Good. Is that curtain clean?
No.
So if that curtain isn't clean, what do we want to do after we touch the curtain? Wash our hands. That is correct. That is correct. And then once you've washed your hands, then you can go get your clean supplies. So any questions on this? Our cardinal rule here is that we do not touch our patient until our hands are clean. That's right. That's right. So we learned the opening, and the order does matter in the opening. And then we learned the closing. Now, the order doesn't really matter as much in the closing. You can do most of this in any order that you want, except for the last three. The last three are set in concrete, have to be done in that order. But the rest of them up above, we don't really care. Okay. So we want to make sure the patient is in what kind of an environment when we leave? Clean. Yeah, that's a good one. We're going to get there. But clean environment. People rest better in an orderly environment. A lot of chaos, a lot of clutter will actually heighten anxiety. They've done a million studies. They know this. Okay. So clean environments do help with healing. You want to make sure the bed is in what position? The lowest position. We're going to talk a little bit more about that next week. You want to make sure that they are, here's your word, comfortable. Yeah, and they have to hear that word for the test. They have to hear comfortable. And it's not just physical comfort that we're worried about. We're also worried about emotional comfort. So we're going to address preferences. What can I do to make your stay more enjoyable? Would you like a magazine? Would you like a crossword puzzle book? Would you like your phone? Would you like your TV remote? Are you cold? Do you want some water? Do you need to go to the bathroom before we go? I mean, there's a million things that you could put here, right? So for the test, we're just going to pick magazine and call it a day. But let me tell you something about this when it comes to a real clinical setting, okay? If you were in a rush to get out of that room, and your patients can sense when you're in a rush, especially if you're telling them, oh my gosh, I've got 12 patients today and I can't get everything done, and you're really kind of unloading on don't do that. It's not their responsibility to hear about your problems. Complain to your supervisor, complain to management, complain to corporate. That's probably your best bet. But don't complain to your patient. They can't solve that problem. They're already paying big bucks to be there. They're not going to fork out more to get you help. Okay? That's a management problem. If the CEOs weren't making six-figure bonuses, we might get more help when we needed it. So corporate is where you need to focus your complaints to. Okay? Always surprises me that CEOs get corner rooms with dedicated staff when they're receiving health care. Shouldn't be two standards here, should there? So don't complain to your patients. But if you're in a hurry to get out of that room and you're making your patient feel like you're in a rush to get out of that room, they're probably not going to ask for things. They're going to sense that you have things to do. And this is what happens. Let's talk about this patient right here. She can't get out of bed. She needs help walking to the bathroom. She just had a hip surgery. She's not very steady on her feet. She's on pain medication. And she has nothing to do all day. She's stuck in this bed. TV will only go so far. Social media gets very boring and repetitious after a while. So she is going to lay there with nothing to occupy her thoughts. Now, as she's laying there, she's probably going to figure out that she's cold because most healthcare institutions are freezing. So she's going to lay there for a little while and she's going to think to herself, I'm cold, but I can deal with it because the CNA, she looked really busy. She looked like she had a lot on her mind. I'm not going to bother her. But oh my gosh, I'm cold. I'm cold. Have you ever tried to not pay attention to something that is consuming your brain? It ends up your entire focus. I'm cold. I'm cold. I'm cold. I'm cold. I'm cold. Oh no, I'm going to have, real quick, I'm just going to ask her for a blanket. So she hits the call light. Now you're down the hall taking care of somebody else, knee deep in something. You stop what you're doing. You come into the room. You wash your hands. Miss Jones, how can I help you? I'm so sorry to bother you, honey. I know that you've got a million things to do, but I really am freezing and I just can't deal with it anymore. Okay, Miss Jones, no problem. Let me go get you a blanket. And you put the blanket on and you leave the room and you don't ask her, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Because you're in a hurry. You were knee deep in something you've got to get back to. So you give her the blanket and you race out. Now she feels much better now. She's warm. And as she starts to warm up and that's no longer consuming her brain, she realizes, oh my gosh, I haven't had anything to drink since breakfast and I'm awfully thirsty now. Oh yeah, cotton mouth. Oh no. I'm just going to call her real quick so I can get it because I can't get up out of bed. I can't go get myself a drink. And boy, I really need something. So she hits the call light. And you come in and now you're getting a little irritated, a little perturbed with her because you're knee deep in something else. So you walk in the door and she says, I'm so sorry to bother you. I really am. I know that you're busy, but I am just thirsty. I can't get up out of bed. I need a drink. Fine. You pour her a cup of water and you hand it to her and you give her the look. You know what look I'm talking about. And you walk out of the door. Now, she knows you're mad. It's very obvious. But now she's had some water. And water in always equals water out. So in 10 or 15 minutes, she's going to feel like, oh my gosh, I have to pee. Now, I know I can't get to the bathroom by myself. I just had a hip replacement surgery. I need help to go to the bathroom. And I've really got to pee. I'm on pain medication. Maybe I can tough it out. And she will try to get up out of that bed and she will try to get to that bathroom because she does not want to hit that call light again. And she's going to fall. Now you're going to come in, you're going to see her on the ground and you're going to get mad at her. I told you, don't get out of that bed. Whose fault is it that she went to the bathroom by herself? That's right. It's your fault. Yeah. That's right. It's not because you told her you weren't going to come in. It's because your body language told her that you were going to make her life miserable. Do you guys see how important it is to ask about preferences? If you took care of all of that while you were in the room, she wouldn't be on that call light. Can I get you anything else while I'm here? Would you like a blanket? I know it gets cold in here, doesn't it? How about a blanket before I leave? Do you have access to what? Oh, you don't have your cup. We got to get your cup close to you. Let's get that cup near. Do you need to go to the bathroom while I'm here? Because it might be a little bit before I come back. Maybe a quick trip. Take care of it while we're here. Let's take care of everything while we're in there instead of trying to rush out the door to get to the next patient. If you spend an extra 3 minutes with this patient now, while you're in the room, it can save you 20 minutes of call light time later. This will save your career, addressing preferences. It's not just a little check mark on a checklist. This is what's going to keep your sanity. Does that make sense? Good. But it is a check mark. Dress preferences. All right. You want to make sure the patient is covered either with clothes or a sheet. I should never see knobby knees. That's a dignity issue. It's also a warmth issue, and it is a graded checkpoint. Open the curtain. That way the patient doesn't feel isolated, boxed in. If they ask for the curtain to stay closed, that's fine. No problem. That's preference. I'll keep that curtain closed, but who am I going to tell? The nurse. That's right. And then you're going to give them their call light. Now, all of those things, I don't care how you do them. Doesn't matter. Order does not matter. Knock yourself out. But I would pick one order and stick to it. For me, it's comfort, curtain, call light, clean. Pretty easy. Comfort, curtain, call light, clean. But you can figure out what order works for you. Just make sure you get all of it covered. And then once you've done all of those things, you're going to wash off that patient's cooties. Get rid of those cooties. You have cootied up while you're at the patient. Let's go get rid of those cooties. Now, once you've gotten rid of those cooties, if you come back and give the patient the call light, what'd you do? Got cooties. What do you have to do? Wash them off. That's right. So try to get everything out of the way before you wash those hands. Now, once you've washed your hands, then you can document if you need to. So if it's a documentation skill, remember pulse, respirations, feeding, and drainage bag are all documentation skills for the state exam. If you have done a documentation skill, you're going to document after you wash your hands because you don't want to touch this pen with cooties. A pen goes in your pocket. I don't want a pocket full of cooties. They need to stay with the patient. So wash your hands, document, and then wash your hands again, because our cardinal rule for this is to end skill with clean hands. It's the very last thing we do before we tell the evaluator, my skill is done. So during the test, at the end of every single skill that you do, remember you get that clipboard, has 3 skills. Guys, remember that? When you do skill 1, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here. How are you today? I always like to ask, how are you? I'm here to do skill 1, whatever skill 1 was. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies, do the skill. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Environment's clean. Bed is in the low position. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Wash my hands. Document if necessary. Wash them again. At that point, I have to tell the evaluator my skill is done before I go on to skill 2. Because up until I declare my skill is done, I can make corrections. But once I say those words, it's kind of like a final buzzer on a game show, right? Once you hit that, you're locking it in. You're done. Once you say my skill is done, my task is complete, I'm finished, however you want to say it, doesn't matter. But once you verbally declare that skill 1 is done, you cannot make any corrections. You are now going into skill 2. Good. So I probably want to think a minute before I do that. I probably want to read that care plan one more time to make sure I don't need to make any corrections. And then once I make my corrections, I can end the skill. My skill is done. And then I go into skill 2. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to name of skill 2. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies, do the skill. At the end of the skill, thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. Bed's in the low position. Environment's clean. Open the curtain. Wash my hands. Document if necessary. Wash my hands again. My skill is done. Skill 3. Hi, Miss Jones. Guys, see how that works? Okay. All right. All right, so you have to end the skill with clean hands. Very, very important. But you also need to have a patient who feels cared for and cared about. Questions? We also learned about hand washing. Now, I know I had to rush through this a little bit. We also learned about hand washing. For hand washing, we're going to turn the water on. I don't care what temperature you make it. You cannot wash your hands with water hot enough to kill germs. It's boiling water. Do not try to wash your hands with boiling water. It is not effective. Okay. So it doesn't matter whether you're using cold water or warm water. Just make it comfortable for you. Turn the water on. Wet your hands. Get some soap. If you think you got enough, get a little more because you are graded on bubbles. You're going to bring your hands together, and that's when your timing starts. So your timing does not start when you turn on the faucet, wet your hands, or get your soap. That does not count in your timing. Turn the faucet on, wet your hands, get your soap, and when you bring your hands together, the evaluators look at that clock, and they actually write down on their paper where the second hand is when you bring your hands together. They write it down. And then you start rubbing. You're going to rub the tops. I keep forgetting to do this. You're going to rub the tops of your wrists, the backs of your hands, in between your fingers, in between the thumb and index finger, the bottom of your hand by your pinky, and the palm of your hand interlacing your fingers. You're going to get all surfaces for at least 20 seconds. So singing isn't an effective, it's good for practice, it's fine, but it's not an effective gauge of time for the test because you're going to be nervous. What do you think happens to your singing speed when you're nervous? It does. And now the evaluators are using the clock. You're singing in your head. You think you went long enough, but according to the clock, you didn't. Good. So be really, really careful. I always suggest that you look up at the clock when you bring your hand, because it's right above the sink. It's right there. It's right there. Just look at the clock when you bring your hands together and make sure that you're rubbing for at least 20 seconds or 4 numbers. That's 4 numbers. You guys know that, right? 20 seconds is 4 numbers. Okay. So if I start rubbing my hands together and the second hand is on the 8, when can I move to my nails? After the 12. Okay, good. Makes sense? Okay, so once I've done 20 seconds of rubbing, then I'm going to go down my nails with each one of my fingers. I'm going to circle my nails on the palm of my hand to get under them, and then I can rinse. When I rinse, I do not want to touch the faucet or the sink. The only thing my hand should touch is the water. After I've rinsed all areas, try to get as much soap off as you can because soap dries the skin. You'll end up with cracks. It's a whole problem. Rinse really well, and then we're going to tap. I think I went too far here. It doesn't have it. Then you're going to tap to keep the water inside the sink. Don't shake. Tap. Keep the water confined in the sink. Then you're going to get some paper towels. Doesn't matter how many paper towels you need. Let me say this again. It does not matter how many paper towels you use. When you go to the testing center, I didn't talk about this yesterday or Monday, I'm sorry. When you go to the testing center and you're sitting there in the waiting room with a whole bunch of strangers, because you're not testing with the people in this room. Everybody registers independently. You're testing with 7 strangers. You don't know where they went to school. You don't know how they learned. And you have nothing to occupy your attention because your phone is locked up or in your car. So you are staring at 7 strangers. So what ends up happening is you're all there to test, right? So you got something in common. That's what you start talking about. Where did you go to school? Where did you go to school? What did you learn? And somebody is going to say this. I am so afraid that I'm going to fail hand washing. And somebody else is going to go, fail hand washing. It's like the easiest skill. And the first person's going to go, well, no, what if I don't get enough paper towels? And you're going to go, paper towels? That doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, my instructor made a big deal. You have to have 10 paper towels. If you don't use 10 paper towels, you're going to fail. Somebody else is going to go, oh, no, mine said 4. And you're going to go, you guys are all nuts. 4, 10? But now that seed of doubt has been planted. And nobody in that room knows the right number of paper towels for hand washing. What do you think that's going to do to your confidence level? Yeah, it tanks it. Absolutely, it tanks it. So let me put this to rest really quickly. Nobody cares about paper towels. Nobody. It's not a graded checkpoint. And I prove this to you because on the bottom of every one of these slides where I'm talking about skills, I have the actual checklists. So everything that I say, I bring receipts. Is that good? Make sense? They don't care how many paper towels you use. They don't care what order you dry your hands. If you start up here or if you start down here, nobody cares. Dry your hands, but only dry what's clean. If you go up here and then come back down here, this is not clean. You've cross-contaminated. That's what they're looking for. Okay, good. So during the test, don't listen to anybody. But la, 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 la. Don't listen to anybody. Talk about anything else. You can talk about religion and politics on testing day. I don't care. Don't talk about the test because it will derail you. But interestingly enough, you guys will kind of have a little bit of celebrity status when you go to test, when you tell others in the room that you actually took Miss Patty's class from 4YourCNA, because every person in that testing room has watched our videos. Are you kidding? You actually went to the one on the video, you went to her class? Yeah, you'll have kind of celebrity status there. It's kind of funny.
My aunt, she's an RN. She's married to a surgeon now. She's the reason I'm doing this, actually.
Awesome.
She just got diagnosed with cancer, and I want to be able to
Oh no.
be there for her in ways. And when I told her that I was taking this class, she was like, "What? No way!" I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Oh, you're in good hands. I don't have to worry."
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, but you don't want to be in a position where you're trying to teach people on testing day. Don't do that. Like I said, no friends on testing day. No friends. Good. After testing day, teach the world. Everybody needs to know this stuff. This is not a secret. I live stream this for free. Okay. Teach the world, but not on testing day. Good. Makes sense? All right. Then throw those paper towels away. Turn the faucet off with a clean, dry paper towel because wet paper towels can rip, recontaminate your hands. And please remember that the clock is what we use for timing, not any other means. Okay. All right. Remember that you have to wash your hands before and after every skill that you do. So a question I got asked on Monday that I said I was going to get to and never did. Here's the answer. So during the test, and we just went through this a few minutes ago, right? So we have our care plan set with 3 skills on them. We're going to do those skills in order. We start out with skill 1, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do skill 1. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. Now you're physically going to go to the sink and wash your hands for real with real water and real soap and real paper towels for real. You're going to do your skill. At the end of the skill, you're going to do your closing. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Bed's in the low position. Environment's clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Go wash your hands. And you're really going to wash your hands for real. Real water, real soap, real paper towels for real. After your first skill is over, the evaluators are going to tell you you can simulate hand washing from this point. That just means say. It just means say. So you would say, I would wash my hands now. Or I would go wash my hands here. Or I'm washing my hands. However you want to say it, it's just a verbal placeholder, but it keeps the skills shorter. Does that make sense? Where do those evaluators want to be? That's right. That's exactly right. So let's kind of plan this out really quickly, okay? If we know, I'm going to do a little math with you, but this kind of illustrates my point, right? How long do you have to wash your hands for? Scrub. 20 seconds. But the whole process, so if we're scrubbing for 20 seconds, we still have to turn the faucet on, get our hands wet, get the soap, scrub for 20 seconds, do our nails, rinse, tap, dry, turn the faucet off. So the whole thing takes about a minute. Okay, fair? Just under a minute, but fair, right? Good. Okay. So if you're going to have 3 skills and you have to wash your hands before and after each skill, how many times would you be washing your hands? Okay. So 6 just for the skills, plus everybody gets a documentation skill, and that's an extra hand washing. So every person is going to be washing their hands 7 times for the test. Now, there's 8 people testing. So you're going to wash your hands 7 times. 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 And you're going to wash your hands 7 times. So here's some math. How much is 7 times 8? Anybody know?
7 times 7 is 49.
56. That is correct. So that means, I know it's too early for math, isn't it? I get it. So that means, this is why we all carry around calculators in our pockets that we call phones. That means that those evaluators are watching 56 hand washings. Absolutely. There's no way that they can focus and be present and pay attention. 50, that's mind numbing. That's almost torture. Okay. So they're not going to have everybody wash their hands a total of 7 times. They're going to watch you do it twice. They're going to grade those 2. In fact, one of the evaluators is going to grade the first one. The other evaluator grades the second one because they're judging you independently. Sound good? Make sense? Everybody follow why. That way we can get to why you're really here. Show me the skills. Kind of like show me the money. Show me the skills. Okay. And you just have to tell them when you would wash your hands. That gets them closer to their pool a whole lot quicker. Because if every single one of those hand washings takes about a minute, and we have 56 of them, that's an entire hour out of their day just watching people wash their hands. Does that make sense? Do you understand the logistics there? I don't like that. I do not like that policy. I think that every student should wash their hands for real with real water and real soap and real paper towels 7 times during the test. Do you know why I don't like it? That's right. We've got infection control concerns, but it's also about habit. If I'm teaching you during the test that it's okay to cut corners for somebody else's convenience, then that tells you that out there in the real world, it's okay for you to cut corners for your own convenience, and you aren't going to wash your hands as often as you need to. I think it's a bad policy. So I'm going to tell you that even though the test is going to allow you to simulate, in the real world, Miss Patty's ghost will come back and haunt you if you do not wash your hands for real with real water and real soap and real paper towels as often as you need to. I will come back and haunt you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it matters. And we're going to find out how much it matters in just a few minutes. Okay. Any questions on what we have reviewed? Any questions on this? No? Let's talk hand sanitizer. Oh, there it is. My cup was hiding it. Meet Jeremy. Isn't it cute? Okay, we're all familiar with hand sanitizer. They sell them everywhere now. Gas stations sell them, drugstores sell them, big box store sells them. We have a whole store where you can get fancy smelling ones. Okay. Hand sanitizer is everywhere. The problem with that is that we all think we know how to use hand sanitizer, and we're all wrong. In order for hand sanitizer to be effective, we generally use it something like this. We get a little squirt, we rub our hands together, and I'm done. And that's actually not how hand sanitizer is designed to work. Hand sanitizer needs to remain wet on the surface for at least 20 seconds to be effective. Now, most of us don't get enough. We have to have enough to keep our hands wet for at least 20 seconds. But we also have to hit all those same places we were going to hit with hand washing. The tops of the wrists. When was the last time you did all of this with hand sanitizer? Right? In between the thumb and index finger, the bottom of the hand by the pinky, the palm of the hand for at least 20 seconds. Nobody does this. That's insane. We don't do this, and that means that we aren't killing all of the pathogens. So if you're going to use hand sanitizer, you have to use it correctly. Does that make sense? Okay. So one of the big problems with hand sanitizer in a clinical setting is there's two pathogens that hand sanitizer does not work on. And these are industrial grade pathogens. These are not the things you want to take home. One of them is norovirus. Norovirus is called the daycare disease or the cruise ship disease. This is the one that makes you sick in the bathroom, usually both ends, for like 3 days, right? It makes you feel like death. It's awful. And almost everybody in this room has had norovirus. You're probably young, you probably don't remember it, but you've had norovirus. Because once it gets into a daycare or a school, everybody's getting norovirus. It is the gift that keeps on giving. But it's not killed by hand sanitizer. So if we're dealing with a patient that either is throwing up or has diarrhea, you probably ought not to use hand sanitizer because it's not going to kill what you think it's going to kill, and you're going to end up taking it home with you. Yay. Right? Now, if you think norovirus is bad, let me introduce you to its bigger, badder cousin, C. diff. C. diff will make you stay in the bathroom about 12 hours a day for about 6 to 8 weeks. It is awful. It kills people because it depletes them. Now, we're not dealing with healthy individuals in healthcare. If they were healthy, they wouldn't need us. Right? So just by us being there tells us our patient is at risk. Because if they didn't need us, we wouldn't be there. Make sense? So we've got an at-risk population. And if we bring them something else like C. diff, because we did not wash our hands properly, that C. diff very likely could kill them. And that's because their immune system is currently fighting something else. It's busy. Doesn't have the resources to fight another war, especially one like this. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? So if you have a patient who has nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea, you need to be washing your hands, not relying on C. diff, or not relying on hand sanitizer, because it does not kill norovirus or C. diff. Make sense? Good. All right. You shouldn't use hand sanitizer if you've got gunk on you. Gunk. Body fluids of any kind. If you've got gunk, you need a sink. Okay? Now, if I'm just touching somebody's skin, like, you know, their arms, their hands, you know, if it's just normal, I can shake your hand. It's fine. Hand sanitizer is going to cover that. No problem. If you've got all kinds of snot on your hands because you just wiped your nose, hand sanitizer is not going to cover that. I need a sink. So if I've got gunk, what do I need? What do I need? A sink. Got it? Good. All right. More importantly, and we're going to learn this in just a minute, way more importantly, if you are going to put your hands up near your face for anything, if you're going to eat, drink, smoke, chill, talk on the phone, rub your nose, anything, your hands should be clean. Hand sanitizer hands don't fit that bill. You need washed hands. We're going to find out why in just a minute. But if your hands are going to go up near your face, they need to be clean, not just sanitized. Good? I don't like hand sanitizer for a couple of reasons. I think it gives false assurance. However, I am just as guilty as you guys are. I have spray hand sanitizer in my car, right in my front console. And if I'm going to go through a drive-through and grab free fries on Free Fries Friday, I'm going to use a little hand sanitizer on my hands and I'm going to rub it all around. And then I'm going to eat my French fries because they are good. But I'm also eating those French fries with a side of E. coli. It's dead. That's great. But when you use hand sanitizer and you kill those pathogens, they don't pop, pop, pop into the atmosphere. They stay on your hands. They're dead, but you're still eating them. So if you're going to eat, if you're going to touch food, hand sanitizer probably shouldn't be the way you're going to protect yourself. Okay? You'll remember that next time in the drive-thru. All right, so we've mastered these 3 principles. Congratulations, great job. We've just recapped everything we learned on day 1 in the first hour of day 2. We will have a review like this at the beginning of every class. Everything that we've learned up until that point, I review on the next class. That way we can make sure that, yep, and it's on your review sheets. That way we can make sure that we're bringing into the new lesson the principles from the old. Okay, we use a lot of repetition in this class, but that's how I can be sure that this stuff gets set in your mind and you'll take it into testing and into a clinical setting with you. So if you remember on Monday, I said that there are 4 principles that apply to every single skill we do. 4 principles apply to all skills. Well, we've got 3 of them on the screen. That means that we are missing one. We need to learn the 4th principle before we start getting into skills. Fair? Fair? Okay, so all the principles are on that back wall. You can see them here. They're also in your book on page 27. We've gone over all that. We're going to learn them all one by one, just as painstakingly as we learn skill rules, the opening and the closing. Okay? We are going to learn them all. And the first one that we're going to start with today is glove rules. So this is part of the big 4. Glove rules is on page 40. Those of you attending virtually, if you do not have a skills book, down below the YouTube, you should see a shelf that has a skills book. You can purchase it right there. Jake's also got on the screen the crawler that'll tell you how to get to our online store to purchase the skills book. All right, so glove rules apply to every single skill that we do. You can see that on the side there. I do have a video on it. I'm not going to show you. I'm going to talk to you instead. Notes for this are going to be on page 41. And I'm probably going to challenge what you think you know about gloves. So in order to understand the concepts of gloves, we're going to step outside of healthcare for a minute. We're going to go to something that's a little more universal, something that you can pretty quickly visualize. Okay, so we're going to build a sandwich together. And the way we're going to do this is I'm going to ask you guys some questions. You're going to give me a response, and I'm going to virtually build us a sandwich. Okay. So if I'm going to be handling your food, what do you want me to wear? Gloves, because you don't want me touching your food with my bare hands, do you? Okay. So, but you probably don't want me touching your food. Probably not. All right. So I'm going to put on a set of gloves, and we're all going to be happy with that. So the first thing that we need is bread. So I'm going to ask you, what kind of bread do we want? Do we want white, wheat, Italian? White. So I'm going to go over to the bread cart, and I'm going to pull up that little plastic drape thing, and I'm going to grab a loaf of white bread, and I'm going to put it on the counter. And when I put it on the counter, I'm going to grab the knife that's there, laying there, and I'm going to slice that white bread in half and kind of bend it open. So I got room to put all of the meat and cheese and condiments and stuff. And we probably need some condiments, right? So do we want some mayonnaise on here? So I'm going to reach in that mayonnaise container with the little spreader thing that's always stuck there. And I'm going to pick that up. I'm going to spread the mayonnaise on the bread and put the little spreader thing back. And now we probably need some other mustard or ranch or chipotle. Spicy. Ooh, I like it. So I'm going to grab one of those little containers of spicy mustard, tap it, right, to get it all pushed down. And I'm going to squirt that on the bread, and I'm going to put that container back. Now, what kind of meat do you want? Do you want ham, roast beef, turkey? Turkey. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, every sandwich is better with bacon. So let's get some bacon out first. And I'm going to put that on there. So I'm going to get in that little refrigerator underneath, grab the bacon package, and we're going to put a few slices of bacon on there. And then we're going to get some turkey. And today's the last day for turkey subs on sale at our favorite grocery store that's known for their subs. So there's a plug for you. You can get a foot long for $6.99 or $7.99 today. So we're going to get some turkey. And we're going to open that little refrigerator. I know. I know. So we're going to get in that little refrigerator. We're going to get our turkey out, and we're going to put it on our sandwich and throw that wrapper away. And now we need some cheese. So what kind of cheese would you like? Provolone. So I open up that little refrigerator, and oh, I'm out of provolone. Oh, no. So hold on a minute. Let me go back into that big walk-in freezer over here, and I'm going to grab a thing of provolone, and I'm going to take it to the slicer, and I'm going to slice that cheese, and then I'll put that big block back in the walk-in cooler and bring the cheese over for your sandwich. So now we have cheese on the sandwich. So toast it. Yeah, absolutely. So we now have bacon, meat, and cheese on our bread. We're going to throw it in the toaster, but unfortunately, toaster is pretty popular, so we're going to have to kind of hang out and wait for a few seconds for the toaster to become available. Once it's available, we're going to put the sandwich in, and then I'm going to turn that little timer thing, and we're all going to sit here and stare at this machine working. After it finally dings, I'm going to pick up that paddle, get my sandwich, because you can't touch it, it's hot. I'm going to get the sandwich out, and we're going to put it on the counter. And now we're ready for the good stuff, the toppings. So lettuce, I'm going to take my hand, put it in the lettuce bin, get some lettuce, kind of shake it out and put it on the sandwich. How about some tomato? No tomato? Do you want onions, peppers, anything like that? Onions and peppers? Okay, so I'm going to get some onions, some peppers, maybe some black olives and pickles. No? Oil, vinegar, salt, pepper? Oil? Okay, so I'm going to get my little container of oil and sprinkle it on. So we now have this sandwich, and I'm awfully hungry now. Thank you guys very much. So I'm going to take that knife, and that knife I cut the bread with, and I'm going to stick it into my sandwich and fold that sandwich over, because there's a lot of stuff on there now. And then I'm going to cut that sandwich in half. and I'll wrap each half up and put it into a bag. And then I'll go over to the scale or the cash register or whatever, and I'm going to type in what I need to type in. And you're going to pay somehow, right? And I'm going to give you the sandwich. So, yum. What was wrong? Would you eat that sandwich? But you wanted me to wear gloves. You told me you wanted me to wear gloves. Not 2 minutes ago. So what happened in this 2 minutes? Okay. So it's not just enough to wear gloves, is it?
You're only protecting yourself, you're not protecting the food.
Ah, so that's the question right there. Great job. All right, so did those gloves do what you thought they were going to do? Right, you thought as the consumer, as the person who I was building the sandwich for, you thought those gloves were going to protect your food, right? So when we're talking about gloves, we have to figure out, who are those gloves really there to protect? Are they there to protect the wearer? Because in this case, you're right. I didn't touch the mayonnaise. I didn't touch the meat. I didn't touch anything. My hands were safe. Or are those gloves there to protect the end user? Make sense? So we have to kind of think a little bit about who those gloves are really there for. And it may not be the person that you think it is. We'll get there. Okay. So let's rewind real quick and look at all the things that those gloves touched. They touched the bread cart, the cutting knife, the mayonnaise spreader, the sauce bottles, the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the walk-in cooler, the container in the walk-in cooler, the slicing machine, the counter, the toaster oven controls, the toaster oven itself, the paddle, the toppings, and the sandwich, and of course the wrapper. So those gloves touched a lot of different things. Now we need to be aware of this because in healthcare, there are a lot of things to touch. And what makes this really dangerous is that we often think that we're wearing the gloves for the wrong reason. You are healthy. You have a decent working immune system. You are active. Your patient, however, is currently needing health care. That's why they're there. That means that something, some condition, some illness, some pathogen is currently at work in their body that their immune system has to fight against. Does that make sense? So their immune system, just by them receiving health care, tells us their immune system already busy. Now, in healthcare, you probably never really stop to think about this, okay? Let me give you an example. I am chronically overworked. I mean, look at what I'm creating, guys, right? This is a lot of work. I am chronically overworked. I work on average 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. You only get to see me here 8 hours a week. But when I'm not here, I am writing books, I am creating videos, I am editing videos. Everything I do myself. Well, I mean, Jake does some too. I don't want to cut him out. But I am extremely obsessed with my work. And I put a lot of time and effort into it. Make sense? I could use a vacation. Haven't had one in a long time. A long time. I could really, but I can't call up my local hospital and say, hey, listen, I'm overworked. I'm like on the verge of a breakdown. I really need a room. You can't get into a hospital that way. You can't reserve a room. There's only 2 ways to get a room in a hospital. Can't go up to the front desk and reserve one. You have to go in through the ER. Now, the ER's job is to make you go home. Their job is not to let you in. You actually have to prove that you are sick enough to get that bed. Chances are they're going to send you home with a prescription and a note to call your local doctor. Absolutely. They're not going to let you go upstairs. That's not their job. Their job is to stabilize you and get you out, not upstairs. So that means that the people in the hospital are the people that had to prove they were sick enough to be in that hospital. That means they are the sickest people in our community. The sickest. Now, they can't stay in the hospital very long. We kick them out pretty quick, way quicker than we used to, usually before they're ready. And we don't usually kick them out home. We send them to another facility like a rehab or a nursing home. So those people are also the sickest people in our community, not healthy. These people, not healthy. Their immune systems working overtime. So in this situation where I've got gloves that are going to be worn, who should those gloves be protecting? Me, who has a working immune system, or the patient who doesn't have a working immune system and is surrounded by a whole bunch of new pathogens? The patient. Those gloves are not protecting who you think they are. They're supposed to be protecting the patient. But if we go in and we immediately put on gloves and we touch everything in the room and then we touch our patient with those gloves, did we protect our patient? And that's exactly what happened with the sandwich. So we have to be aware of what we're touching in the room when we have gloves on. And if we're touching things that are contaminated, we need to be aware of that and change those gloves. Does that make sense? Good? Good. Okay, so let's talk about how those gloves actually are protecting us a little bit. Okay, because they are. They do help protect us a little bit. If I have, let's just go with slime, okay? If I've got a plate full of slime in front of me and I touch that slime with my hands, that slime is going to remind me, hey, I'm here on your hands because I can see it and I can feel it. And I'm not likely to put my hands up here with slime-covered hands, right? Make sense? Well, the problem is that not all slime is colored and visible. Some slime that you're going to touch is invisible. So you can't always tell by looking at your hands whether you've got slime covered hands. That's what gloves help with. Because if you have gloves on, it's your body's, your brain's way of saying, hey, you probably have some slime. Don't put your hands up here. Make sense? Good. Gloves are there to be a visual reminder that your hands are probably contaminated. Be careful what you're touching. But that's not how we use them in healthcare. Have you ever been in healthcare? People walk in, they put gloves on, they pick up used tissues off the floor, they throw them away, they check the catheter bag, and then they pour a patient a cup of water and hand it to them. They stop paying attention to what they touch with those gloves. We've got to be smarter than that. Why does this matter? Well, how many guys ride roller coasters? Anybody ever ride a roller coaster? Okay. They're fun. I don't ride them anymore. I'm too old. But they're fun. They're fun. Now, what if I told you, let's say that average roller coaster has 25 seats. What if I told you that every time that roller coaster ran, One of those 25 people was going to fall out. You might not die. You might just get a little injured, but one of you guys definitely not going to make it all the way through. Would you still get on that roller coaster? If every time it went by, somebody fell out? Not really good odds, is it? Now, you got 24 chances that it's not going to be you. But that one chance, that just doesn't sound real fun, does it? Okay. 1 out of every 25 people in a healthcare setting gets a disease they did not come in with. Same odds. Same odds. Now, it's going to kill out 1 out of every 12 of those. This matters. This matters. This kills more people than surgical malpractice. Now, we have to understand that as CNAs, this is us. We're the ones helping patients with bathing and dressing and grooming and pericare and catheter care and emptying their bags. We are the ones spending the most time with our patients. We are the ones in all of their orifices and all of the other people's orifices. And that means that we are the ones that are most likely to take a pathogen from one person and give it to another. We are the ones in control of the roller coaster. So we have to be smart about infection control. Does that make sense? Good? All right. So in order to understand this, we're going to go to page 123 and talk about the chain of infection. This is a testable concept. Remember, I said that you're going to have some questions on the state exam, about 10% on clinical thinking. This is one of the topics that's likely to show up. Chain of infection. This is pretty simple. In order for a pathogen to get from one person to another, we have to have a very logical chain of events that causes that to happen. So the first link in the chain, always a pathogen. If there's no pathogen, there's no problem. If I don't have hepatitis C, I cannot give you hepatitis C. Just isn't going to happen, right? So no pathogen, no problem. So that would be an ideal world, right? If we could have a world with no pathogens, man, that would be awesome. But that's just not realistic. We have pathogens. So if we have pathogens, we have to start thinking about, where do those pathogens live? What kind of environment do they like? Well, it turns out pathogens don't do well outside of the body. In fact, pathogens don't live outside of the body very long at all. It varies. Different pathogens have different lifespans outside of the body. It varies, but in general, usually within a couple hours, they just don't survive. If whatever they're in dries up, they're dead. They're dead. They have to stay in a liquid environment. So if I have blood that dripped and it's still wet, yeah, pathogens are definitely going to be alive in that blood. If the blood is dried, pathogens are dead in most cases. Okay. There are some exceptions to that, but that's just a general rule. Good. So that tells us that pathogens like to be inside a host. That's where they prefer to be. That's how they stay alive. So I might have HIV living inside of me, and as long as it's inside of me, it is happy. It's got all the comforts of home. Good. But if that pathogen gets outside of me, it's not going to stick around for very long. So the motivation for pathogens is to stay where it's nice and warm and safe. It wants to stay inside me. Good? Good. Pathogens aren't looking for new opportunities. So in fact, The only way a pathogen can get out of me is through a doorway. It can't punch through the skin. Pathogens cannot get through skin. They actually have to have a doorway. Now, think of it like this room, okay? If I am HIV in this room, I'm happy. I got everything I need to survive. I've got coffee, I got snacks, I got a bathroom, I got people to talk to. I'm happy. This is a good place. Now, in order for me to get out, I'm not going to punch through a wall. I mean, that would be stupid. I'd have to have a jackhammer and a crowbar to get through that wall, or I could just like walk out that door. How am I going to get out of this room at the end of the class today? I'm going to use the door. That's what it's made for, right? Well, you have doorways in your body. You have eyes. Those are doorways. You have a nose. That's a doorway. You have a mouth. You have genitals. You have a rectal area. Those are all doorways. Make sense? But you can also have wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions that are doorways that aren't what we're born with, okay? But they're all doorways. That is how a pathogen would get out. It's going to come out through a doorway, not through the skin. It doesn't have a jackhammer and a crowbar. It's not going to punch through a wall. Good? Now, if there was a hole in the wall, then we could walk through it. That would be an incision or a sore. But the wall itself, nobody's getting through that. Pathogens, same thing. Pathogens can't escape except through a doorway. Everybody got that concept? All right, but once the pathogen gets out through a doorway, okay, let's say our pathogen went out through the nose, and now we got snot. Okay, so our pathogen no longer in a host. It went out through a doorway, and it is now in the open. Well, it's probably not going to do a whole lot. Okay, doorways are called portals of exit. Pathogens have to, they can't get out on their own. They have to go out through a medium. The best way to think about this is pathogens have to either float or flow. They don't have legs. They don't have wings. They can't get around on their own. They're kind of mooches that way, right? They have to rely on something else to take them. So pathogens can travel on air currents, but that's very rare, very rare. Most pathogens way too heavy to travel in the air. They're heavy. And not only that, remember, they can't get around on their own. They don't have wings. So that means that they have to hitch a ride on mucus droplets in the air or dust particles in the air. Now, dust is a little bit better because dust floats. It can go a little further. So those pathogens have to be super small to be able to hitch a ride on a dust mite, right? Super tiny, not weigh much. Those will float a little bit further. That's your measles, by the way. Measles floats further because it's so tiny that it can hitch a ride on dust. But most pathogens don't travel that way. Most pathogens have it's heavy. It's heavy. So it's only going to go out about 3 feet and then fall. So when we have patients who have respiratory diseases and they're coughing and they're sneezing and that mucus is coming out, it's only going to go about 3 feet and then fall. It's not in the air. Make sense? So your pathogens have to travel on something, either mucus droplets or dust particles or through blood and body fluids, but it has to have a medium to get out of the body. It can't go on its own. Now, if you remember, I said that they don't live outside of the body too terribly long in most cases. Now, there are outliers to that, yes, but too terribly long. Okay. So if it's liquid, it has to stay liquid. So those mucus particles, if they dry up, so does the pathogen. Body fluids, if they dry up, so does the pathogen. Make sense? Good? Everybody with me? All right. This is called their mode of transmission. how do they get around? Do they get around in air currents? Do they get around in liquid? Now, that's important because if I want to stop a pathogen, if I know that a pathogen exists and I know how it gets out of the body and I know how it travels, I can figure out how to stop it. Good? So that's why we study this. We study this so we can figure out how do I stop this. So if it's blood or body fluids, well, the best thing is to keep those to yourself. That would be ideal. Right? So hold on to all of your own body fluids like a champ and we won't have a problem. Now, if I have to get involved and I got to get around your body fluids, yeah, that's a little dicier because I know that some pathogens can get out through body fluids. So I probably want an extra layer of protection if I'm going to be working around your body fluids that I know probably have pathogens. Good? Make sense? Okay. If I know that it's spread airborne, but it's spread on mucus droplets, well, I know those are heavy. They only go about 3 feet. So if you're going to be within 3 feet of somebody who's got a pathogen and on its mucus droplets, then if you're going to be within 3 feet, you probably need to dress for the job. Cover up. Good. If I know that it's airborne on dust particles, remember like measles? Yeah, it's a little bit harder because how do you stop dust? If you can figure out how to stop dust, come to my house, please. Dust is everywhere. How do you figure out how to stop dust? Well, it's not really about stopping the dust in the atmosphere because how do you do that, right? We can try HEPA filters and reverse airflow. We can try to do all that, but dust is dust. It's going to stay around. So in that case, maybe we ought to cover up our own areas that dust might get into, and that's where the mask comes in. Make sense? So we have to know what pathogen, where does it normally live, how does it normally get around, and what can we do to stop that from happening? Now, if we can't intervene there, if everything goes sideways and this pathogen gets out of the patient and gets around and stays in a liquid state, now it can pass on to someone else. Remember, it doesn't like to be outside. It wants to be inside. So if it's not in the first host, it's trying to find a second host, right? Well, it can't get through the skin. We talked about that. Skin is like walls. It can't get through the skin. So it needs a doorway. Okay? It needs a doorway. Well, what kind of doorway would let a pathogen in? Well, the same ones that let the pathogen out to begin with. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. So if you are a healthcare giver and you have a big scratch on your hand, that is a portal of entry. Probably ought to cover it. Good? Make sense? All right. But just because a pathogen gets in you, all hope is not lost. Okay. Remember, they can't get in through the door or through the walls. They have to go through a doorway. If they can't find a doorway in, they're probably going to die. That's housekeeping's problem. They clean the environment. But if they do find a doorway to enter, all hope is not lost because we have one more defense up our sleeve. One more. So just because I had hepatitis B in a patient that got out of a patient through a cut as blood, went onto the table, I came along and touched the table and I had a scratch on my hand and that hepatitis B got into my system, I'm still not infected. Still not infected. Because what has to happen is that particle, that invader, has to be able to multiply to cause an infection. Single one, no issue. My immune system is going to take care of that in a hurry. It's got to multiply. Now, every pathogen has a different way of multiplying. Viruses use cells. Bacteria just break in half and create two. So different ways of multiplying, but they all have to be in the right conditions. So viruses are really interesting. I probably would have been a virologist in another lifetime if I could have afforded school, I guess, because I find viruses very, very interesting. Viruses have to invade your cells and they turn your cell into a copy machine. That's what they do. That's all they do. They have no other purpose. But if your cell that's supposed to be doing a job is now a copy center, it's not doing the job it was supposed to do. And if I can do that to enough cells, I can keep that body from operating properly. I've hijacked the cells. Make sense? Right? Not nice. Not nice. But it's interesting because every virus has a different flavor of cell that it prefers. Hepatitis needs liver cells. Okay. Meningitis needs brain cells. Pneumonia needs lung cells. Now, COVID was interesting because COVID used epithelial cells, which are on everything. So that's why COVID in some people affected the heart, the lungs, the brain. That's why you could not smell when you had COVID. Very interesting. So, like I said, I would have been a virologist if I had had a different lifetime. Okay. So, as healthcare professionals, we try to figure out what kind of cell what flavor of cell does this pathogen like? And then we try to create treatments geared toward that. Okay. So we've got a patient that has a pathogen that escaped, stayed liquid. I came along, it got in me, and it was able to multiply. Now, I have one line of defense left, just one. And if this last line of defense does not kick in and kill the pathogen, I am infected. So this last line of defense, pretty important. That is your immune system. If your immune system, the race is on now. It's a war. It is a true war. This is why you get tired when you get infected. It's a true war. Whoever wins is going to declare victory. So if my body is able to kill the pathogens, yay, I get better. If the pathogens win, all of my cells will become copy machines. That's not good for me. And now I'm infected and the whole process starts over. Now, there is a way to help out our immune systems. If I have a pathogen that's in me, it takes my body some time to figure out how to kill it. It doesn't come preloaded with instructions. Like, we got to figure this out as we go. So if a bad guy comes in that door, you're the first one that they see. So you pick up that cup and you bash it over the head. Doesn't do anything, but scares him away. So he goes outside. He tells the next bad guy, hey, listen, when you go in, there's this girl sitting there. She's going to hit you with a cup. So make sure you bob to the right. So the next guy comes in, you hit him with a cup. He bobs to the right. You're not effective. So now you're up. You're going to pick up that keychain and you're going to try to stab him in the eyes. And he runs out. Okay. He runs out. And he goes out and you didn't kill him, but he goes out and tells the other guys, hey, listen, cup lady, yeah, bob to the right. But the second one you come to is going to stab you in the eye with keys. So make sure you duck and evade. So the third guy comes in, bobs to the right, ducks and evades, and you pick up the fire extinguisher and blast him into next week. Now he's dead. He can't pass on any information because dead viruses tell no tales, right? So what if somebody handed an entire playbook to the bad guys and said, okay, listen, there's a cup, there's some keys, and there's a fire extinguisher. And when they come in, they're expecting all of it and they're able to get around our defenses. And now game on. Make sense? We don't want them to have our secrets, do we? No. We have to have good defenses. That is how immunity works. But the good news is that immunity works for the pathogens, but it also works for us. If I were able to give you a playbook that says, hey, this is what this guy looks like. Do you see this guy? This is what he looks like. And he's not going to respond to a cup, and he's not going to respond to keys. If you see this guy, go straight for the fire extinguisher. When that guy comes in, what are you going to grab? Yeah, because you've got instructions, right? You know, bad guy, this is what works. Great. We've got a head start. That's what a vaccine is. A vaccine is instructions. This is what the bad guy looks like, and this is how we kill him. So our body doesn't have to go through cups and keys to get to what works.
So that's why they actually put the virus into you when you get like a flu shot and stuff?
Correct. So it's an inactivated virus, but it's the wanted poster. This is what they look like, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So if you have a good working immune system and or are vaccinated, your chances are less of getting infected, right? The bad guys aren't going to win because you know how to fight them. You don't have to go through all the steps. Make sense? But remember, immunity works two ways. We have it, but so do they. So you remember the hand sanitizer we were talking about? When we used just a little bit of hand sanitizer and rubbed it around, we only killed some of our pathogens. Some of them remain, but now they know our secret weapon. And they go out and they tell others, hey, this is their secret weapon and this is how you beat it. So hand sanitizer over time could become less effective because we're showing them our secret weapon and we're not killing all of them. It always reminds me of that old spy movie, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you, right? Hand sanitizer is kind of the same thing. If we're showing them our secret weapon, then we have to make sure we're killing them with that secret weapon so they don't go tell anybody else. This is why they tell you to take all of your antibiotics. Because if you leave one bacteria in your body that knows how to overcome that pathogen, it will tell its friends. That's why we take antibiotics way past the time we start to feel better. We take them for our first few days. They knock down the colony. They reduce the numbers. We feel better. We put the rest in the medicine cabinet for next time. But we've left a few that is going to spread the word. And this is why we have antibiotic-resistant pathogens now. Okay? Do you guys understand a little bit about the chain of infection? Do you understand how infection spreads and how immunity works? Basics. This is this topic way. This is a 5th grade version of this topic. I've really oversimplified this. Okay, but it kind of gives you the information that you need for the test. So remember, this is just talking about vaccines, but remember that vaccines give your body a head start, but you can also develop something called natural immunity, which means that this pathogen invade. So it's like the common cold. You get the cold, it invades, it makes you sick because now your cells are, ramping up, making little copies of the virus and can't do what it's supposed to do. Do you know all the symptoms that you get from a cold? What are some symptoms from a cold? Okay, headache, sneezing, runny nose, coughing, sore throat, tired, right? Let's look at all those real quick because those actually are not from the virus. That's from your body. It's from your body. So sneezing is a way of your body forcing those virus particles out. Coughing, same thing, forcing those virus particles out. Swollen throat, sore throat, we're trying to close up the doorway so the viruses can't get in. Tired, your immune system currently working. Go lay down. Go get some sleep. Don't take NyQuil and push through. You're hampering your own immune system. You are. Our go, go, go society thinks that we're all Superman. We're not. Take that NyQuil, go to bed. Let your body fight it out. You'll recover a whole lot faster if you give your body what it needs. But the symptoms that we have, fever is another one. The symptoms that we have are actually our body's way of trying to make the body inhospitable to what's invading. Fever, it's like you have a house guest you don't like, make the temperature something they don't like and they'll leave. Okay, so all of those are not caused by the virus directly. It's the fact that the body recognizes, hey, invader, intruder alert. Let's try to get rid of it or keep it from invading. Good? Good? All right. All right. So you have a healthy, trained immune system, and that's what's going to help you stay healthy. If you catch a virus, your body overcomes it. It keeps that information for next time. And now you've got a filing cabinet full of index cards. When invader comes in, they go through the index cards. Do I know how to kill this one? Yes, I do. I've got a card on this. Looks like that guy. Let's kill him that way. And that way you don't get infected. Okay. All right. So remember, the pathogens don't live outside the body for very long. The pathogens that healthcare workers really have to be concerned about are the ones that are coming out of the body while we're working on it. So if we're doing mouth care, we're around the saliva. If there's pathogens, they're going to come out. If we're doing pericare around the genital area, if there's pathogens, they could come out. So if we're going to be working around any of the patient's wet body openings, then we probably need to have an extra layer of protection. Remember, pathogens can't get into the skin. Like, we could do all of these skills without gloves. It's okay because those pathogens cannot get in through the skin. But having that extra layer just provides another layer of protection. It's not a magic suit of armor, though. It doesn't do what you think it's going to do. And I'm going to prove that in just a minute. But gloves are not a magic suit of armor. What they're really there to do is to remind you, don't put your hands near your face. That's really what those gloves are there to do for healthcare workers. This is why we have to wash our hands before and after every patient encounter. Before, because we don't want to take any new pathogens to this patient. Remember, their immune system already busy, already occupied. So we have to have clean hands when we're going to work with a patient. That's for them. We're going to do what we need to do with the patient, and we probably are going to cootie up. I mean, there's cooties on the call light. There's cooties on the curtain. There's cooties on the sheet. There's cooties everywhere. You guys are all experiencing cooties just sitting there. Right? Life is full of cooties. But at the end of the skill, we're going to wash those cooties off, right? So we are starting a skill with clean hands. We're going to end the skill with clean hands. And in between, the only cooties we should encounter are the patient's cooties. They're already all over the patient. We're not giving them anything new. Good? So we could do all these skills without gloves because you wash your hands before, and then whatever you encounter, you wash your hands after to remove them. In fact, fun fact, before 1990, CNAs weren't even allowed to touch gloves. We didn't have gloves everywhere before 1990. The only people that used gloves were nurses in the middle of an invasive procedure and surgeons. It was during the AIDS epidemic that gloves became more universal. But we have to be very realistic about what they're there to do. They're not going to protect you. And let me prove it to you. Like I said, never take my word for anything. I come with receipts. If you're going to touch any wet anything, okay, so blood, body fluids, mucus, saliva, any wet anything, right? You want to wash your hands immediately, okay? Remember, if there's gunk, we need a sink. You guys remember that? I know it was an hour ago. It's a long time. Okay. You want to make sure that you wash your hands. So here's the chain of infection, okay, in a nutshell. We have a pathogen. They have a nice, safe place to live. They don't like to get out. They have to go out through a doorway that's already there. Once they're out of the doorway, they got to move quick, right? But they have to move in fluid or air currents. And then they've got to find a new doorway in because they're not going to last long outside of the body. Once they find a new doorway in, that person has to be susceptible. A lot of things have to happen there for hepatitis to get from you to me. It's not automatic. Good? Good. All right. So if you touch body fluids, wash your hands. If you have gunk, you need a sink. Okay. Great rule of thumb here. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. Okay, this sums up that entire lecture. Think about it. This sums up that entire lecture. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. And yes, that means exactly what you think it means. Cover your holes. Okay. Gloves are just an extra layer. That's all they are. They're an extra layer. It's just like your skin, but we're going to put them on and take them off. It's an extra layer. But it does not provide the coverage you think it does. Remember, your patient is the one that really needs that protection. You have a good immune system, currently on standby, waiting. Your patient, however, has an immune system that's already busy, already working, and we put them in an environment that has way too many pathogens, new pathogens, and we're probably the ones that are going to give them something new, and their immune system is not going to be able to fight it off because it's busy. Okay? Remember, pathogens cannot get in through the skin. Everybody got that concept? They don't drill. They don't come with jackhammers. This is why we should be concerned, because we do ADLs, and ADLs put us right in line with most of your patients' doorways. This is why we should be concerned. I'm not really in danger in the line at Winn-Dixie because I'm not anywhere near anybody else's holes. If you are, there's a problem. Healthcare is different, though, because we are there around people's holes. So we have to know how to keep ourselves and our patients safe. Personal care is going to involve us being around all of these holes for all of these skills. Big risk for the patient. All right. So now let's talk about gloves not being, we already know this. We've gone over this. Let's talk about gloves not being the suit of armor that you think they are. Here's glove rules, okay? If we are going to touch body fluids, because that's how pathogens travel, personal skin, so anything normally covered by a bathing suit, think breasts on females, genitals on both sexes, anything normally covered by a bathing suit, you need to have a set of gloves on because body fluids could potentially be there. Okay? Or non-intact skin. Those are your doorways. So if you're going to touch body fluids, anything wet and sticky, ooey gooey, that's not yours, personal skin or non-intact skin, that's where the pathogens are. So you need an extra layer of protection. Good? Make sense? However, there's something called standard precautions, okay? And remember, gloves, and I'm going to show you this in just a minute, but gloves aren't any different than your skin. It's just an extra skin layer that we can take off and put on. But it's no different than your skin. Pathogens can't drill. But gloves have another problem with them that your skin doesn't, that we're going to talk about in just a minute, so that it's actually not as good as your skin. Keep that in mind. But there's something called standard precautions. Now, what this means is I can't tell by looking at any of you what you have. I just can't. There's no LCD screen on your forehead that says hepatitis B, HIV, anything like that. We haven't come that far yet. It will happen eventually, but not yet. So if I can't tell by looking at you what you got, how in the world am I going to keep myself safe you could give me something, right? And that's where the fear part of healthcare comes in. That's why you think you want to wear gloves, because I don't know what you've got and I'm not going to touch you until I have gloves on, because I don't know what you've got and I'm afraid of whatever you've got because I can't tell that you've got it. What's that? Okay, that's right. That's good, very good. But that's why we think about wearing gloves in healthcare, because we're afraid. We got to get rid of that fear, because fear actually hurts us instead of helps us. So standard precautions, what that means is if I'm going to touch anything ooey gooey that came out of another body, I have to assume that it probably has a pathogen. And therefore, I don't want to touch it with my bare hands, because my bare hands might come up to my face, and that's where my doorways are. So let's wear some gloves so that the gunk gets on the gloves. Good. And that reminds me not to put the gunk up next to my face. That's why we're wearing gloves. Everybody clear on that? Okay. So standard precautions means I'm going to use that with everybody. Everybody. If I'm going to possibly touch gunk, body fluids, personal skin, non-intact skin, if I'm going to possibly touch gunk, I need a set of gloves to do it. Standard precautions. I don't care how healthy you look. If I'm going to possibly touch gunk, I'm going to have an extra layer. Good? Okay. So we just assume everybody's got something at this point. Just assume. Now, I even applied this to my 17-year-old son. Many years ago now. He got injured working with his dad, and he came home and he had this big cut on the top of his foot. So I grabbed a pair of gloves. He's like, "Mom, I'm your son." "Yes, but you've been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes. I don't know what you put where. So we're going to wear gloves." I use this on everybody. If I'm going to touch anything ooey gooey that came out of somebody else's hole, I don't care who the hole was attached to. You need an extra set. Good? Standard precautions. All right. So that's what this rule is about. If we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, non-intact skin, we need a set of gloves. We need an extra layer of protection, but that comes with some rules. If I'm going to wear gloves, that means I'm around body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. Because if I wasn't around those, I don't need the gloves, right? So if I'm going to be around personal skin, body fluids, non-intact skin, and I'm wearing gloves, that means there's a rule that I have to follow. And that rule is the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient, not the environment. We aren't going to pick the dirty Kleenexes up off of the floor and put them in the trash can and then touch our patient with those gloves. Why? That's right. We've contaminated them. If we're going to be around body openings, we have to remember that things can get in just like things got out. So we have to keep our gloves clean for the patient. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. This rule right here, this is why I spend all of this time explaining all of this to you, because this rule right here is going to trip you up when we get to skills. You are going to want to put your gloves on way too early. Way too early. You're going to want to touch all kinds of stuff before you touch that patient with those gloves. I need you to understand that when you do that, you are bringing pathogens directly to your patient's doorways. This is the hardest thing you have to learn. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. Good? Good. All right. And then once you touch a patient, your gloves are contaminated. So pay attention to what you're touching in the environment. Yes, it's the patient's cooties. They've got cooties in their environment, but let's not add to that unnecessarily. Okay. So I don't want to pick up that call light with those cootie covered gloves, do I? Probably not. I don't want to touch that curtain with those cootie covered gloves, do I? Visitors are going to touch that. That's gross. So pay attention to what you're touching in your environment. Good. Good. And then we want to remove those soiled gloves correctly. We're going to learn how to do that in just a minute after break. We're going to go on break in a minute. But first, let me tell you why gloves are not the suit of armor you think they are. Okay. Everybody thinks that when they put on a pair of gloves, they are protected. And that actually is so untrue. So untrue. And I'm going to use this as an example. Everybody knows what this is, right? It's a birthday balloon. You take it somewhere, get it filled up with helium, and it bops up against the ceiling for a couple days. What happens to that balloon after a couple days? Deflates. That is correct. How does that happen? How does the helium go away? Well, it's because those balloons are made out of the same thing our gloves are, latex. And latex, like every other man-made material, has holes in it. They're super small. They're microscopic. You can't see them, but they're there. And when we stretch that balloon by putting helium in it, what happens to those holes? They get bigger. That's right. So over time, those helium molecules are able to wiggle out through those holes. And they escape into the atmosphere. And the balloon eventually shrinks down as it loses the helium. Now, at some point, let me go back a page. At some point, we get this little sad puff. And it doesn't ever go down beyond that. That's because the holes are about as closed. The holes are smaller than the helium that's left. Okay. Now, when we put gloves on, we stretch them. What does that tell you about the holes that are already in the gloves? They're also being stretched. That's right. Now, if helium was able to get through these holes, let me tell you, pathogens not going to have much of a problem. The holes are there. I proved it to you. The holes are there. This is physics. The holes are there. Pathogens will get through those holes. So you think those gloves, you put those gloves on, you think those gloves are protecting you from those pathogens. They're not. They're reducing the number of pathogens, but there's still some getting through. Now, we've done a million studies on this. This is like microbiology 101. Every microbiology class does some version of this experiment. They have somebody go wash their hands really, really well, and then they culture the hands, and they put it in a Petri dish. And then they have them put gloves on and handle raw chicken or do something with it. And then they take those gloves off, and they culture the hands and put it in a Petri dish. Now, we would think if the gloves work the way we think the gloves work, right, the first Petri dish wouldn't grow anything because we washed our hands. And the second Petri dish wouldn't grow anything because we have gloves on, right? Every single time. Anybody want to guess what happens? Both of them grow something. Both of them. When you wash your hands, you are not removing all of the pathogens. When you're wearing gloves, it is not blocking all of the pathogens. It's important that we remember that there are limitations here. But this is where we run into problems. Oh, and it's a big problem. It is a big problem. And this is the one thing that's putting your patient at risk. Big problem. What happens when you wear gloves? Anybody ever wear gloves? It makes your hands sweat. That's correct. Do you guys remember on Monday we talked about the ideal breeding environment for pathogens? Anybody remember what they are? Warm, dark, moist. That's right, wet. So we have gloves on and that holds in body heat. So we have warm. The material of the gloves is blocking out light. So we have dark. And our sweat is making it wet, moist. That's right. So when those pathogens do get through that glove, they are on the ideal breeding environment known to pathogens. So here's what happens. You, as a healthcare worker, put gloves on and you think to yourself, I am protected. And you do your skill and pathogens get through and onto your skin. And then you remove those gloves and you think to yourself, I am safe. My hands are clean because I wore gloves. And you don't go wash your hands because you think your hands are clean. They're actually much, much worse than if you had not worn gloves at all. Because if you had not worn gloves at all, yes, you would have pathogens on your hands, but they wouldn't be sweaty and it wouldn't have been dark. And you now think your hands are unclean. So what do? You go to the sink and you wash them. Gloves are dangerous because they give you this false sense of security that actually puts both you and your patient at risk because you're less likely to wash your hands. You see why these things are a problem? They have limitations. They are not used correctly. And they actively put both you and the patient at risk because it's just like the sandwich. You quit thinking. Good. Little knowledge, big problem. Questions on this? All right. So we are going to learn how to remove our gloves correctly after break. I know I have to give you a break. So let's see, I'm on 135. Have to know where I'm coming back to. Let's go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, we are going to put some gloves on and learn how to take them off. Sorry, guys. All right, real quick, let me recap because you guys might need to go back and watch this again. So to recap, paper plate, white foamy shaving cream, couple drops of food coloring, mix it all together, put some gloves on and put your gloves in it. That way, when you're taking your gloves off, if you touch your skin, you'll be able to see. It'll stain your skin. It's a good experiment, but to remove gloves, you're going to pinch up near the bottom, not at the bottom, near the bottom, pinch up, pull off. Second hand goes underneath. Do not put your thumb on the outside of the glove. It goes underneath and take that off. All right. Yes. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Sorry about that. That was my fault. All right. Most important step of removing gloves, wash your hands because something got through. Guaranteed. Something got through. If you aren't washing your hands after removing your gloves, you will take pathogens into the next patient. You just will. Or worse, you'll contaminate your sandwich at lunch. Ick. This cracks me up, and I know we're kind of low on time, but this does crack me up. Anybody ever go to a big box store and have one of those little old lady cashiers that's checking you out and they're wearing gloves? Anybody see that? It cracks me up because, again, this is the sandwich fallacy, right? We think if we're wearing gloves, it's keeping ourselves safe, right? But the problem is that they wear those for like 4 hours and it makes their hands sweat and they're getting pathogens through. And then when it's time for a break, they take their gloves off and what do they think? My hands are clean, and they go eat their tuna salad sandwich in the break room with a side of E. coli. Yeah. Yeah. And again, a little bit of knowledge can actually be way more dangerous than no knowledge at all. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So don't rely on gloves to keep your hands clean. The only way to get clean hands is to go to the sink and actually wash those hands. Make sure you're washing them. Good? Make sense? All right. So this is the end of the big four. We have skill rules. We follow the care plan. We have the opening. We have glove rules. And we have the closing. These four are going to apply to every single skill that we do. So now that we know the big four, we can jump into learning a skill. So that's the next thing we're going to do is learn our first skill. I do have flashcards for this. Flashcards are $14.99. For you guys online, I think they're $29.99. So you guys are getting a big savings, about half off. And these have the skill steps, the supplies, which we're about to get into, and principles as well. So everything that we're learning on that back wall is in here for you to be able to review. You can make your own index cards. Go to the Dollar Tree, get index cards, make your own. But you do need to have some way of reviewing this information. Good? Go to page 52. This is our first skill that we're going to learn, pulse. Pulse is not a hard skill, but I did tell you on Monday that it is the most failed skill on the state exam. The reason that it's failed is because people don't understand the importance of the... Yeah, but where do we get that information? YouTube. Not YouTube. Well, what tells us what to do with our patient?
Care plan.
The care plan. That's right. So people don't understand the importance of the care plan. They don't count for 1 full minute, which is told to them on the care plan, and therefore they fail the skill. My students don't have that problem because you understand the care plan. Good? All right, so if we're looking at this, this is our first skill. So looking down the side here, these are the principles that are going to govern this skill. Now, they're all going to be spelled out here. And we already know skill rules. We already know the opening. We just learned glove rules. And we know the closing. So what's left is the skill-specific steps. And they're all going to be spelled out for us here. These are things about this skill alone that we need to learn. These things don't apply to any other skill. It's just for pulse. But the skill rules apply to every skill. The opening applies to every skill. Glove rules apply to every skill, and the closing applies to every skill. These are the steps that just apply to pulse. This is our quick peanut butter and jelly. It assumes we know all of the big, that we've seen it, that we know all, put the twist tie on the bread wrapper type steps. Okay. And then we have a video on this. Down here is our testing information. So somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. Now, this doesn't count hand washing time. We get an extra 3 minutes for hand washing. So this is just read the care plan, do your opening, count for 1 minute, do your closing, and document. Should be able to do that in 5 minutes. Plenty of time. You're going to be doing this on a live testing student. So somebody else that's there to test, move this over so I don't have to stretch so far. Somebody else with that's there to test is going to be your student for this. Please don't try to do this on the mannequin. You're not going to get very far. But you can practice this on loved ones at home. This is an easy one to practice on people at home. Most people have a heartbeat, and you can do this on, okay? For the test, that person will be laying in bed. So if you can get your patient in the same position and set it up like the test, it makes it a little bit easier for you when you go into the test, because that's how you're used to doing it. Dress rehearsal. And then charting is required on this one. So remember, we're going to wash our hands before we touch the patient. We're going to do our skill. We're going to wash our hands after. We're going to document. And then what are we going to do? Wash our hands again. Normal is between 60 and 100. That's what we're hoping for. 60 to 100. Chances are in the test, your person that you're doing this on, another testing student, is going to be nervous. What do you think happens to pulse rates when you're nervous? Yeah, they go up. So you may get a number outside of that normal. You might get 102, 104. Your patient's not dying. It's perfectly okay. They're just nervous for testing. But what do you think we need to do with any number we get outside of this range? Yeah, notify the nurse. Absolutely. So if you count a pulse and it's 102, and you wash your hands and you document and you wash your hands again, perfectly okay to say, I would report that to the nurse. Not a testing checkpoint, but it's good to acknowledge it. Good? Because you know what those evaluators are? Nurses. They're nurses. So you saying I would notify the nurse, what are you doing? You're notifying the nurse. Okay, good. Now, for the test, you can be off by 4 beats in either direction and still be considered accurate. So let's say that you count and you get 76. The evaluator gets 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80. You are still accurate. That's a huge margin. Huge margin. You can get in that ballpark. Good. So how does this set up? Well, for the test, your patient's laying in bed. Remember, don't do this on a mannequin. I'm just going to kind of show you on her, okay? Your patient is laying in bed, and you are going to pick which side of the bed you want to be on. You get to pick. For some of you, you'll be more comfortable on one side or the other, and this is where practice is going to pay off. Okay, so if you practice on one side and then practice on the other, you'll figure out, hey, that one's more comfortable for me, the way I have to move my hand. Okay, so you get to pick. Whatever's left over, the evaluator will be on. So let's say that you are counting the pulse, you pick that side of the bed, you find the pulse on that arm. As the evaluator, I'm going to be on this side of the bed, and I'm also going to find the pulse. But do you see what I'm doing here? I'm not letting you see where I'm finding the pulse. So the arm will be covered where the evaluator is taking the pulse. That way they don't kind of clue you into where it's supposed to be. Okay. Would I be able to redo it if it's not, or can I say correction? Yes, absolutely. You can restart the skill at any time. You can restart any skill at any time. You can say I need to recount. But when you're going to recount, you really ought to tell the person that matters, the patient. Yeah, for the test, the evaluators really aren't even supposed to exist. So I don't want you to look at the evaluator and say, oh my gosh, I got to restart. They don't matter. They're not really relevant to this situation. It's the person that you're working on. Oh my gosh, I lost track. I zoned out. I got to restart. They're the ones that matter. Okay. And yes, you can say correction. That's perfectly okay. All right. So you're on one side of the bed, finding the pulse. The evaluator's on the other side of the bed. Your hand is not going to be covered. You want to make sure that your hand is outside so they can see where you're taking the pulse. It's going to be a checkpoint. But they're going to find the pulse on the side that they're on. Now, if you remember me on Monday, I told you there were 2 evaluators. So this is the only skill that you are actually going to have to do twice. You're going to do your whole opening. You're going to count with first evaluator. They're going to let you write that down. They're not going to make you remember it. And then you're going to count with the second evaluator. And they're going to tell you, I'm sorry, you got to count with me now. So you'll count with the second evaluator. And then you'll do your closing, you'll wash your hands, and you'll document that second reading on the form. And that's because each evaluator has to be able to judge you independently. Does that make sense? Good. All right. So you can be off by 4 beats in either direction. Okay. Step-by-step instructions located on page 53. This is our 42-step peanut butter and jelly. Care plan is at the top of the page. Supplies are at the bottom. I've got a sample of the documentation form that you'll actually use on the state exam right here in the middle. And then you've got some review questions here. If after today you can answer all of those review questions without looking stuff up, you've got this. You're good. Just practice. This is a way for you to identify. This whole book is workbook style. This is a way for you to identify if you've got it or not. Good? So let's take a look at the care plan. So this patient will be lying in bed for the skill. Take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record your readings. This care plan doesn't just tell you what pulse, it tells you where to find it. There's lots of different pulse points on the body. This is the one we're most familiar with, the radial pulse. But we also have the brachial pulse that we're going to learn about on Monday with blood pressure. We have an axillary pulse, which we use in children, which is underneath the underarm. We have a carotid pulse, which if you have been involved in any sort of weightlifting or fitness classes, most people were trained to take a carotid pulse to make sure that your pulse rate is climbing high enough to be effective. You've also got the femoral pulse in the groin. You've got a popliteal pulse at the back of the knee, and you've got a dorsal pedalis pulse on the top of the foot. Lots of different pulse points in the body. Which one are we using? Why? Easy? Because that's what the care plan said. So if for the test you try to get a little fancy and use the carotid pulse instead, you will fail. You're not failing because you got fancy. You failed because you didn't follow the care plan. Now, there's one other pulse that I haven't mentioned, and this is the one that a lot of people mess up on the test. There is another pulse called an apical pulse. Now, you have to understand that all of those other pulses I talked about are indirect measurements. And I'm going to explain that in just a minute, but an indirect measurement. Down here, we're counting something that's produced by the heart up here. So evidence of heartbeat. Make sense? Indirect. The apical pulse is direct. I take a stethoscope and I listen to the heart, the lub-dubs, and I count, and that tells me how often the heart beat, but it's direct. Indirect, direct. You guys understand the difference? Okay. So it's very, very important that we follow the care plan. Where most people go wrong for the test is they grab a stethoscope and they listen to the heart, because the apical is the most accurate heart rate, right? It's not indirect. Remember, down here is evidence of the heartbeat. What we're listening to is the actual heartbeat. So it's direct. Make sense? So this is way more accurate. So students think, well, I'm going to show them just how good I am, and I'm going to pick the pulse that's more accurate, and I'm going to take that, and I'll get extra credit. What did our care plan tell us to do? Radial pulse. Are CNAs allowed to change the care plan? So even though my little mental gymnastics up here said, hey, it's more accurate, and I'm going to get extra credit, and I'm going to show them just how good I am, what I did was change the care plan. So be very, very careful on the written test that you don't let your brain accidentally change that care plan because you added something to the question. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. So this is our care plan. These are the principles we're going to use. And then we've got our test specific steps for this skill that we're going to go over now. So this is our checklist for pulse. This is what we're being graded on. And I told you, we've only got 5 minutes to get this done. There's a lot of checkpoints here. A lot of checkpoints. And all we're doing is counting the pulse for 1 full minute. Oh my goodness, a lot of checkpoints for that. So we want to break this down and make it easy to learn, right? We don't want to complicate anything. We want it easy. Easy means we're probably going to pass. So that's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to take this whole big checklist and we're going to break it down and make it easy. Good? Everybody in favor of that? So we're going to use these 4 principles that we've already learned, and we're going to add to it these skill-specific steps to get all of that checklist checked off. So in order to do that, let's talk a little bit about what a pulse is. So I told you it's an indirect reading of how many times a heart beat, because you got a heart way up here in the center of the chest on the left side, way up here. And when the heart squeezes, when it contracts, it sends out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through the circulatory system. But because they're waves, there's going to be valleys as well, kind of like the ocean. You've got a wave and a valley, a wave and a valley. If there were no valleys, it would just be like this. So we have wave, valley, wave, valley, wave, valley. Good? Everybody with me so far? All right. So these waves move throughout the whole body. They're made way up here in the chest, but the waves move through the whole body. And that's why we can feel the pulse here. We can feel the pulse here. We can feel the pulse here. We can feel the pulse here, 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 and even way down in our feet. Because those waves move through the whole body. Good? A good visual for you. Well, we'll get there. Hold on. I got to go over this first. So when the heart squeezes, it produces a wave of blood and then it relaxes. That's how we get waves and valleys. So squeeze, relax, squeeze, relax, squeeze, relax. And if we count how many times that happened over a full minute, that tells us how many times the heart beat over a full minute. Good? So here's your visual. If you went to your house and when on the outside of the house you have a faucet, that faucet is probably connected to a hose, especially in springtime. If we go up to that faucet and we turn it all the way on, water comes out through the hose. Now that hose gets bigger, right? It expands, it gets harder, and we have water pressure inside, more pressure inside. If you turn the faucet off, the hose gets smaller, it gets squishier, less pressure inside. So what's happening in the body, if you want a visual about what's happening in the body, is when your heart squeezes, it turns the faucet on, and then it turns it off because it's at rest. Then it turns it on and turns it off, and turns it on and turns it off, and turns it on and turns it off. Now, if you were standing at the other end of the hose, what you would see is water, no water, water, no water, water, no water, water, no water. And that's what's happening on the inside of the artery. Is that a better visual for you? Okay. All right, so how do we count this? Well, if we take some fingers, never use your thumb. Your thumb has an artery. If you put pressure on it, you'll count your own pulse, which isn't going to help us a bit with patients. So we never use our thumb to take a pulse. We use a couple fingers. I'll get into that in a minute. And we press down on that artery. And if we press hard enough, we'll actually feel those waves as they travel through. So we start light, put a little pressure. If you don't feel anything, we go a little deeper. If we don't feel anything, we go a little deeper. And if we don't feel anything, we go a little deeper. And if we don't feel anything, we go a little deeper until we feel thumps under our finger. You're not going to feel them right away. You'll have to vary your pressure because your thumps might be really close to the top and your thumps might be buried really, really deep. So we start light and gradually increase our pressure until we can feel those thumps. Now, the problem is, or the trick is, not to press too deep. So this is nothing more than a straw. Okay, your artery is nothing. It's a tube that liquid travels through. That's what an artery is, a straw. Now, if I press too much, what does it do to that straw? Closes it up, and now I'm not going to feel anything. So if you put too much pressure, you're not going to feel the thumps. So we really want that Goldilocks zone. Too light, oh, those waves are just whizzing by. You're not picking them up. Too deep, you've crimped that straw closed. Not going to feel anything. So we really want that happy medium. Okay? All right. So we put our fingers in place, never use our thumb. We press down, we feel the thumps, and then we're going to count. We pick a starting point on the clock. Doesn't matter what number you use. Does not matter what number you use. If you want to wait until that second hand gets all the way back to the 12 to start, you can do that. But that's a long time. You can start with the second hand on the 5. Start. And I'm just going to go until that second hand gets all the way back around to the 5. You can start with the second hand on the 7. Ready, set, go. And I'm going to count until that second hand gets all the way back to the 7. But this can be a little bit confusing because you're counting numbers. How do you remember where you started when your brain is counting numbers? So you kind of have to work at this. This is where practice is going to come in. But for me, I have a secret weapon. Now, some of you might be able to use this. Some of you won't. But I use a secret weapon. This hand, my dominant hand, is where I find the pulse. This hand is hanging out with nothing to do. It's just hanging. So I make this hand do a job. If I start on the 1, it does this. If I start on the 5, it does this. If I start on the 7, it does this. Because I know sign language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I never start on the 11. I'll wait till 12. Okay. So this hand is tasked with telling me where I started. So now I don't have to remember it. I don't have to think about it. I can concentrate on my numbers. Some of you will be able to use that. Others won't, and that's okay. Just try to remember where you started. Good? Good? Okay. All right. So we want to make sure the patient's arm is supported. And this is a very frequently missed checkpoint. And I've actually seen this in other online videos quite often. People will hold the arm up in air to take the pulse. Now, there's a problem with that. And that's because if I'm holding the arm up, that means blood has to be pushed up to my hand away from gravity. Now, what that does is it creates a problem, okay, because my arm has to stay up in air. It creates a problem with these muscles because now the muscles need more blood to contract to keep my arm up. So the muscles are taking my blood. Make sense? Muscles are taking my blood. So that's going to mean my heart is going to have to beat faster to get more blood to that area so that my hand gets the blood that my muscles are currently taking. So if I have the arm held up, what do you think that's going to do to my heart rate? Yeah, it actually speeds it up. Speeds it up. Am I going to get an accurate reading? No. No. It does slow. You're right, but there's an extra step. It does slow it down because the muscles are taking the blood, which means the heart has to pump faster to get the blood past it. Okay? So there's just an extra step there. Make sense? So we want to make sure that arm is supported so it's not working. It's just kind of chill. We're getting a baseline here. So keep the elbow on the bed. Remember our patient is laying in a bed? Remember that? Keep the elbow on the bed. Now we can elevate the forearm. There's no problem there because this doesn't really require a lot of extra. Okay, as long as the elbow is supported. It's when that elbow comes up that this area has to contract. Good? Make sense? So elbow supported. And guys, this is a tested checkpoint. We want to, when we're taking the pulse, make sure that we don't use our thumb. Again, a graded checkpoint. We've talked about this, but you want to use 2 fingers. Now, some people use their first 2 fingers. Some people use their middle 2 fingers. Doesn't matter. Whatever your technique is, whatever works for you. I use my first 2. But kind of the thing that does matter here, whether you're using the first 2 or the middle 2, what does matter here is that you use your fingertips. Especially if you have long nails, this becomes a little bit harder for you because you have to use this part of your fingers because otherwise your nails dig into the patient, right? You have to use this flat part of your fingers. You don't have as many nerve endings here, which means you're not going to feel it as well. You're going to lose the count. Using your fingertips, you've got about 3 times as many nerve endings on your fingertips as you do here. So it helps you pick up those thumps that you're feeling. Does that make sense? So using your fingertips instead of the flat part of your fingers will really help ensure your accuracy. All right, so let's talk about where the radial pulse is. So remember I told you that you're on one side of the patient, the evaluator's on the other side of the patient, and they're going to be kind of hidden under the blanket so you can't see where they're taking the pulse because they don't want to clue you in on where it's at. You have to know this. So we're going to take the radial pulse measured at the wrist. That's what our care plan told us. So where is that? Well, if you hold your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand with your thumb up like this, okay? At the top of your wrist, right here is a bone. There's a bone running right there. At the bendy part, not way up here, at the bendy part, like right where your thumb and your wrist meet, at the bendy part, if you put your 2 fingers there, 2 fingers, stand it up like you're going to dive off a cliff, and you roll over and put your thumb on the back, you will be on your pulse. So thumb up, at the bendy part where your thumb joins your wrist, 2 fingers stand up on that bone, roll forward, thumb on the back. Everybody find your pulse? Go ahead and find your pulse. Find your pulse. Anybody dead? Are you dead? I'll call Julie. She's good at CPR. All right. Everybody got it? Okay, let's talk about the thumb on the back, though. No, we're good. All right, let's talk about the thumb on the back. If I just set my fingers here, I'll feel the pulse. I will. The problem is that I have to count for 1 full minute. And my fingers do a really good job for about the first 10 seconds. And then it gets distracted and lazy, kind of like me. Okay. So in order to keep my fingers on task, I have to hold consistent pressure, because if I just set my fingers here, they will eventually relax and I'll lose the count. Nothing I can do. I mean, that's human nature. Your fingers will relax. If you put your fingers there and your thumb on the back, this is a C shape and it holds consistent pressure. You're not going to lose the count. Good? Good? All right. Our care plan says to count for 1 full minute, and that's because all pulses are always reported over 1 full minute. So if somebody says they have a pulse rate of 72, it means their heart beat 72 times a minute. If their pulse rate's 48, it beat 48 times a minute. If it's 112, it beat 112 times a minute, right? So pulses are always reported over a minute, but that doesn't mean we have to count for 1 minute. For this guy, we do, because our care plan tells us to. But in most cases, I'm not going to stand there for a whole minute and count that pulse in general. I'm only going to count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4, because there's 4 of these 15-second segments in a minute, and that gives me my minute count. This is perfectly okay to do. Perfectly okay to do. But not for this guy. Why? Because it's not what the care plan says. So if the care plan doesn't specify this, good, no problem. Allowed. Okay. Now the reason we multiply it by 4, this is a 15-second segment. So if I counted here and got 18, it's as long as the pulse is regular, it'll be 18 here, and 18 here too. So if I multiply that 18 by 4, I get 72, which is this patient's pulse rate. Questions? We can't use this if the pulse is irregular. This is only used when a pulse is regular, predictable. Thump, 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 thump. Because if it's 18 here and it's regular, it'll be 18 here, here, and here. But if my patient's pulse is thump, 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 it's not going to be the same here, here, or here. That is all over the place. So I need to count for 1 full minute. This condition, where the heart rate's all over the place, is called AFib. And it is probably about half of your elderly patients will have that. Okay. Good? Questions? So when the care plan tells us 1 full minute, how long do we count? If the care plan doesn't tell us 1 full minute and the rate is regular, this is fine. Now, if the care plan doesn't tell us 1 full minute and we go take the pulse and it's not regular, should you use this? No, you should count for. And what should you tell the nurse? And it's irregular. And why? Because everything you know, who should know? The nurse should know. So if you know it's irregular, who else should know? The nurse. Good. That's why if you see on the test an answer that says notify the nurse, it's probably right. Unless it's an emergency. And then you act first and then notify the nurse. Right? The patient's in the middle of falling, we're not going to go, okay, freeze. Let me go tell the nurse. We got to deal with the problem and then tell the nurse. Good. Am I going too fast? Normal is between 60 and 100. That's what we're hoping for. If it's under 60, we tell the nurse. If it's over 100, we tell the nurse. We're hoping for 60 to 100. That's considered normal. All right, so it's everything you know about a pulse, everything you need to know about taking a pulse. So now we're going to put all of this together and make a skill. So let's look at this checklist, right? This is what we're being graded on. And let's put all of that together to get our checklist checked off. So first thing we're going to do is follow that care plan, and that's going to get us those 3 things checked off. Awesome. So all we did was follow the care plan, and we got 3 check marks. Cool. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to get your pulse. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. I got all of that checked off. I'm going to decide if I need gloves. Now, this means I have a decision to make. If my patient's skin is intact, no wounds, no rashes, no sores, no incisions where I'm going to be at. The wrist is not personal skin, so that's out. And the wrist doesn't have any body fluids I have to worry about unless there's a skin opening, right? I don't need gloves for this skill. Make sense? Using my rules, right? There's no body fluids there at the wrist. There's no personal skin at the wrist. If there is a wet body opening, a wound, a rash, a sore, or an incision, would I need gloves? Yes. If there isn't, do I need gloves? No, because I have skin, and my skin and their skin keeps the pathogens from getting from him to me. Good? Makes sense? Now I'm going to pick up a few cooties. Yeah, sure. But I got something to take care of that. It's called hand washing that I'm going to do at the end. Make sense? Did that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. So every single skill that we do, the answer to this might be yes, and it might be no. We have to look at it from the patient's perspective, not from the skill. Okay. So if I am taking this patient's pulse and they have no wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions, I do not need gloves. If I'm taking this patient's pulse and he's got a big old incision right here, now I need gloves. Same skill, different outcome. Make sense? Bless you. So every time I'm trying to figure out, do I need gloves for this skill, I look at these 3 things. Body fluids, personal skin, non-intact skin. If my answer is no, my answer is no. If the answer is maybe, it's yes. So if I'm like, yeah, I'm not real sure if they've got an incision, then my answer is yes. I'm not real sure if there's body fluids there. My answer is yes. Okay, when in doubt, wear your gloves. When in doubt, wear your gloves. But remember, you got to have clean hands before you put them on. And you got to have clean hands when you take them off, so this does not erase hand washing. Good? Good. Okay. All right, so I'm going to evaluate whether I need gloves for this patient. And then I'm going to follow these steps. I'm going to use my fingertips, not my thumb. I'm going to use the radial pulse at the wrist. I'm going to support the elbow. I'm going to count for 1 full minute, all of those things. And then once I've done that, then I'm going to do my closing. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Bed's in the low position. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Wash my hands. Document. Wash my hands again. My skill is done. So we used all of these principles to get all of those check marks. And we passed the skill with 100%. Do you guys see how we're going to use these principles as building blocks? Okay. Now, you'll never see the pulse. Let me go back one. You'll never see these steps again, right? Because these are just for a pulse. But you will see these steps again on every single skill. Good? You guys understand how this principles things work? Okay. All right, so we're going to remember that this care plan is only for this patient. This is a very specific care plan for this patient right here. If I'm going to take this person's pulse, it might be a different care plan. This one might have me count for 15 seconds. This one might have me stand the patient up to count the pulse, right? Every patient is going to have a different version of the care plan based on their specific needs. Does that make sense? Okay. And yes, sometimes we do have to take pulses on patients laying down, sitting up, and standing up. Yeah, that's a thing. How would we know when that's necessary? The care plan. That's why the system is set up the way it is. Okay. Good. We're going to watch a video on this. It is me on the video. It is me. I straightened my hair. I look a little different. Different glasses. Still me. All right. At the bottom of this video, as you're watching it, you are going to see the checkpoints. As I'm doing the step, you see the checkpoint that I'm getting checked off. So you can put the checkpoints with the actions. It helps you kind of correlate that. But this is a skill I really struggled with because I'm all about interactive. I think interactive is important, right? So I'm all about interactive. So how do I make taking a pulse on a screen that you guys are just watching interactive? That's kind of hard to do. What I ended up doing with this is when I start taking the pulse, you're going to see on the bottom a sentence. It says, I think it says, count with me. And it's going to get bigger and smaller. This is the thump that I'm feeling under my fingers. If you count that as I'm taking the pulse at the end, when I document, see if you got the same number I did. Okay? Ready.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to take your pulse. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Okay, now that I've washed my hands, I'm going to elevate your forearm, keeping your elbow on the bed. I'm going to find the pulse, which is on the thumb side of the wrist. 2 fingers, thumb on the back. And this will take me about a minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? Pick a starting point on the clock. Ready, set, start. Stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button and we'll be happy to help you. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. The bed is in the low position. I'm going to go wash my hands. In Florida, you would count with the second evaluator at this point. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to document and wash my hands. After washing my hands the final time, I'll review the care plan, think about my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Questions? No? What'd you guys get?
70.
Okay, so if you were within 4 beats in either direction, you're still considered accurate. Still considered accurate. So good job. Good job. Any questions on pulse? Any questions? All right. Yes. Absolutely.
Is each puzzle piece an index card
Mhm.
that you're selling for $14.99?
Yep. So all of the short peanut butter and jelly steps, all of those for every skill, all of the supplies for every skill, and all of the principles, everything on that back wall. Those are all. So it comes out to be 53 cards. Yeah. It is a lot of cards. Okay. Questions? All right, we're going to move on to the next skill. This is dressing a resident with a weak arm. I'm hoping we're going to keep our fingers crossed if I can stay on target. So keep me on target. At the end of the class, we're going to, hopefully, we will have about 5 to 10 minutes to practice pulse. And I have an activity that we do where we practice it together. Takes about 6 or 7 minutes to do it. So I'm hoping to have that at the end. Okay? So keep our fingers crossed, keep me on target. All right, so let's go to dressing a resident with a weak arm. Let's go to page 102. So if you look at this page, this is an overview page. We saw one like this for pulse. This is the one for dressing. We have all of our principles down the side, the things that are going to govern how we do the skill. We have our skill-specific steps, short form, video. All of these principles are spelled out for us here, so we don't have to go look them up. They're right here. And then this is testing information. So something I want to bring to your attention. For this skill, we have 14 minutes to do it. We're just dressing them. Doesn't take 14 minutes. You get plenty of time. Don't rush. But this is going to be done on a mannequin. Mannequins don't move the same way that humans do. So starting week 3, we will have practice time built into class. And during that practice time, I would strongly suggest that you practice mannequin skills. Now, you also have practice time on the week after graduation. So that Monday and Wednesday. This is the practice time sign-up sheet. I'll have this available every class, so you don't have to sign up today. But this allows you to sign up for practice time on Monday and Wednesday of that week after class is over, after graduation. You can pick as many as you want. You can do all of them. You can do none of them. I don't care. This is just a feature for you to use if you choose to use it. I will pass this around now. You can sign up if you want to, but remember, I'll have it available every class. So if you don't want to sign up right now, if you don't want to commit, that's fine. You can do it even on graduation day. It'll be available to you. Okay. The only thing that I ask is if you are not going to attend, if you sign up for a session and you are not going to attend, that you let us know. Because I don't want Jake sitting here with nobody here. That's just not fair. Okay? Good? Good. So during practice time, mannequin skills should be really high on your list because those are the things you can't really practice at home effectively. All right, so page 103 has our step-by-step instructions, care plans at the top, supplies at the bottom. We've got some check your knowledge questions here. But let's look at our care plan. This care plan says dress the resident in a long-sleeved button or snap front shirt. Let's stop there. Long sleeve. If it's 90 degrees outside, think this through, okay? Think this through. If it's 90 degrees outside, do we want to put our patient in long sleeves?
Yes,
Why?
because it's on the care plan.
Because the care plan said, absolutely. Do you see how easy it is for your brain to travel in a different direction? Left unchecked. That's why this is a concrete rule. It says long sleeves, so what are we going to use? Long sleeves, period. End of discussion. If the patient says, I don't want to wear long sleeves, what are we going to do with that information? Yeah, we're going to let the nurse know. Absolutely. It tells us button front or snap front shirt. What are we going to put on the patient? Yeah, something that fastens in the front. Are we going to use a pullover? No. On the state exam, you're going to have two outfits on the supply shelf. You're going to have one that is a short sleeve or a pullover shirt, and you are going to have one that is a long sleeve snap or button front shirt. Why do you think they do that? That's right. Can you follow directions? Guys, this is a giant game, as Simon says. That's all this is. If you do something that Simon didn't tell you to do, you're out. That's all this is. So please be aware that this care plan matters. Now, let me explain to you these two things, though, okay? Long sleeves are not just used for temperature. We tend to think of them as temperature things, right? If it's cold, you wear long sleeves. If it's hot, you wear short sleeves. We think temperature. Sometimes we also think fashion, but that's not what this is about. Some of our patients are going to have photosensitivity, which means that their skin is affected by the UV rays of the sun. We have to protect that skin. Some patients may be on medications that make that photosensitivity even more impactful. So those patients would have on their care plan long sleeves. We also might have patients with weeping rashes that we use long sleeves to cover, such as shingles. Long sleeves in healthcare have a whole lot more to do with the patient than with the temperature. Does that make sense? Good. But we don't always think that way, so I want to bring that to your attention. If it says long sleeves, it may not be just because of temperature. Now, it might be. We'll talk about that next week. But it may be for something medical. And I'll give you a little example of this. When I was 18 or 19 years old, I had an infection and was put on antibiotics. And there was a little sticker on the bottle that no 18 or 19-year-old pays attention to. And it said, avoid direct sunlight. I was on my way to Daytona for the weekend. And back then, I could still wear a bikini. So there I am on the beach in a bikini on, Daytona Beach, having the time of my life. And my best friend, who was there with me, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, rolls over and looks at me and goes, oh, what is wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong with me. And I looked down and I was purple. Purple. Like a Smurf that just ate or drank grape Kool-Aid. Purple. this isn't good. What? Turns out that that medication in some individuals with direct sunlight can cause microcapillary bursting under the skin. All of my capillaries had exploded. And to this day, I don't do well in the sun. So turns out those little stickers actually mean something. Who knew? I learned a valuable lesson. But your patients may be on a medication that causes a reaction that we're trying to protect them from. Make sense? Good? Okay. It goes on to say after, oh, I'm sorry, I got to tell you about the snap front. Most of us are comfortable wearing pullovers. It's what most of us wear, you know, t-shirts and other shirts, you know, we pull them over our head. And that works fine for most of the time, except when you have an arm that doesn't work properly. If you've got a shoulder issue, if you just had surgery, something is broken, trying to extend your arms to get them in the armholes can be very difficult. So when we have a patient that has one-sided weakness or surgery or something impairing one side, we tell the patient or the family, go get stuff that fastens up the front, button or snap fronts, but stuff that fastens up the front, because it's easier to dress a patient side to side than it is top down when you have one arm that doesn't work as well. So we tell the family, go get that. And they do. Good? Makes sense? So when we have a care plan that specifies this, it means that the patient probably has something going on with one of their arms. Let's see if this care plan expands on that. Okay. It tells us to also dress them in pants and socks. There's nothing special there. Put pants and socks on them. But when you're putting pants on, please make sure that the tag is in the back where it's supposed to be. You're not putting them on backwards. And please make sure that the pants go up over the hips and sit at the natural waist, not down here. And please make sure that the socks, the toe seams, line up over the toes, not like this. They need to look good. Good. It's actually a graded checkpoint, believe it or not. How your patient looks after you dress them is a graded checkpoint. That tells you that students did not pay attention to that. That's why they had to make it a graded checkpoint. Tells us the patient is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. There it is. This is what makes sense of this. Now, if we have a patient with a weak arm and we're dressing them side to side, we need to know which side is weak, because that's actually going to affect how we dress them. So it tells us weak right arm. You might want to underline that or pay attention to it. For the test, it might say right, might say left. Pay attention to your care plan on the test. Resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. Those are our instructions. So we're getting them dressed, but they're going to stay in bed for right now for whatever reason. I don't know. The scene ends there. Their day doesn't. Okay, good. Normally, if we get somebody dressed, we get them up and take them somewhere. But the scene is ending there. Leave them in bed. All right, so here's our checklist. Look at that checklist. That is a long, long checklist. Wow, there's a lot of things we got to do right to get 100% on this one. And so far, we know 4 things. We know skill rules. We're going to follow that care plan. We know the opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves, and we know the closing. That means we've got some work to do. We got some things to learn.
So for the entire duration of us doing these skills and everything, are we ever going to have to lift or lower the bed at all?
You can. Yep. We're going to get into that next week. Okay. All right. So these are our principles that guide this particular skill. We know this one, we know this one, we know this one, and we know this one. But we don't know these. And we don't know this. So we got some things we have to go over. Now, these took me forever to teach you. Oh my gosh, we spent 2 hours on this one alone. Thankfully, these, I can do in 5 minutes. Super easy. Okay, good. Okay, let's jump in. Thing you need to know about those principles on the back wall, all of these things, is that they aren't going to be on the care plan. Nobody's going to tell you when to use a privacy blanket. Your care plan is not going to tell you linen rules. They're not going to tell you you need a barrier. The care plan is not going to address any of these. These are things you have to know in order to follow the care plan. So it's important that you understand that. Care plan tells you what to do. These tell you how to do it. All right. I just went over that. Okay. So the first one we're going to go over is barrier. This is quick and easy. The barrier is going to apply to all of these skills that you can see here. So we're going to use this a lot. Basically, anytime where there's supplies, we need a place to put those supplies. And this comes into a factor. I have a video for this that I'm not going to show you. Here's the notes. Page 85. If you want to watch the video, go to the online course. It's there. Here's the notes, page 85. I've taken the notes for you. But let's talk about these tables. This table right here is used for eating. It's where we serve meals. But it's also used to hold everything else that the patient has. It's the only surface that they can reach. Their water cup and pitcher is probably going to be on it. Chapstick, hairbrush, cell phone, crossword puzzle book. I mean, it's just going to be all junked up. We cannot assume that this surface is clean. Now, it's okay with meals because we had a whole tray there, right? That tray separates our food from our surface. So cool. But when we're doing skills, there's nothing there to separate this dirty surface from our clean supplies. And that's where a barrier comes in. This surface is not considered clean, but our supplies are. So we need a clean surface to put our clean supplies. And to do that, we're going to use a barrier. Now, a barrier is a word that means a separator. It could mean anything. You can use a bath towel. You can use a washcloth. You can use a paper towel. You can use a Kleenex. You can use newspaper. You can use pretty much anything as a barrier. Separating clean from dirty. Good? But for the test, we're going to use something very specific. That very specific thing is called an underpad. Now, I told you on day one that everything in healthcare has 2 names. Some things have 3, but most things have 2. This, the technical name, is a disposable underpad. Now, there's a different type of underpad that's washable. We call those bed pads. So washable underpad is called a bed pad. A disposable underpad is called a chucks because we chuck it when we're done with it. Good? So you're going to hear this being called a chucks or an underpad. Same thing, 2 names. We use this as a barrier. Now, the reason that we use this as a barrier is because it has an absorbent side. It'll collect water or any other liquids, and that keeps it from going on the floor. Remember, pathogens travel in liquids. We don't want liquids on the floor. It's also waterproof, so it keeps the liquids from contaminating our surfaces. So when we put this on the table, we put it on the table so that the absorbent side faces up, like this. We need this because we can't put anything soiled directly on the table. It also cannot go directly on the floor. We're going to learn that in a little while. Nothing goes on the floor. Nothing but feet ever go on the floor. So we can't put dirty things on the floor. We can't put dirty things on the table. We need a space to hold our clean supplies, but also for us to put our dirty stuff on. Keep those 2 separate. Good? Good. All right. So when we're getting supplies, we do our opening, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do whatever. Is that okay? Go wash my hands, or close curtain, go wash my hands. Then I need to get my supplies, right? So I have to have clean hands to get my clean supplies. That makes sense. I need a clean place to put those clean supplies. What's not clean is my uniform. My uniform has leaned up against beds. It's knelt on the floor. It's brushed up against the curtain. It's leaned against the sink. This thing is not clean once I start work. So when I'm getting my supplies, I don't want to hold any supplies up next to my uniform. And unfortunately, this happens quite often. We get all of the supplies that we need, but then we have to spread this out. And in order to spread this out, I really need 2 hands. So what I end up doing is holding all of those supplies against my uniform to spread this out. And now I've contaminated my supplies. Do you see how that can happen? All right. So instead of doing that, yeah, we know that. Keep up. Clean supplies can't touch your uniform. All right. So in order to do that, we don't get the barrier when we get the rest of our supplies. Instead, we get the barrier first. So we go wash our hands, we come over, we get a barrier, we put it on our table, and then we go back and get the rest of our supplies and put those on the barrier. Do you guys understand why? Okay. All right. It takes 2 hands. And remember, your barrier can hold both clean and soiled items. Just make sure that they're separated a little bit by space. Okay. All right. So wash your hands before you get your supplies. Oops, I'm going backwards. Why am I going backwards? Okay. I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. Wash your hands, go get your barrier, put the barrier on the table, go get the rest of your supplies. All right, and that is barrier rules. So quick and easy, not much to learn there. So now let's move on to privacy blanket. Again, this will not be on the care plan. You have to know when it's appropriate to use a privacy blanket. But in order to understand when to use it, we kind of have to learn what it is. So a privacy blanket is there for 2 reasons. It keeps the patient warm and it protects privacy. Now, students get a little confused with this privacy blanket thing. Let's first talk about temperature. Your perception of temperature and your patient's perception of temperature could not be more different. Right now, I'm standing up. We're in the same room, aren't we? Right here, you and I. I am standing up and I'm moving around and I'm talking. This room feels warm to me. You guys are all sitting over there, not moving much at all. What does this room feel like to you? Cold. We are in the same place and neither one of us are sick. And yet we still have a different perception of the temperature in this room. Now, it's even worse if one of us is sick. That difference, that perception difference is going to be magnified. And it's even worse if the patient is lying in bed and dressed only in a hospital gown. You are going to be toasty. They are going to be freezing. Make sense? You are not on the same planet. And yet we forget that and we tend to think about us because that's whose body we're in. Good? You have to remember your patient's perceptions are different than yours. So now let me go back here. How uncomfortable do you think this patient is going to be if they're already cold and I take their sheet away? They're going to be very cold. Yeah. They're also going to feel very vulnerable. And that's the next thing that we're going to talk about. So privacy curtains are used for privacy. We're all familiar with privacy curtains, and they do a great job protecting this patient from being seen from everybody out there. But there's still a stranger in this space with that patient. Do you know who that stranger is? You. They don't know you. How comfortable are you guys getting undressed with a complete stranger standing over you? Especially when you're laying down. This is vulnerable. This is vulnerable. You are the stranger. So that curtain does not protect them at all against you. If you're going to take their sheet away, give them something else to cover up with. In this case, it's a privacy blanket. Now, could you use the sheet? Yes, absolutely. Just keep the sheet on them, work around it. That's fine. You can do that, no problem. The problem is that after you do that, it's going to get in your way. You're probably going to end up untucking the sheet, which means you'll have to retuck it at the end. It's going to be more work for you. If you just pull the sheet down and put a privacy blanket on, it gives you access to all of their extremities while still keeping them covered. Okay. So whether you're using a sheet or a privacy blanket for this skill doesn't really matter, but the privacy blanket just kind of keeps everything consistent. I'm all about consistent. Make sense? Okay. So remember that you are still a stranger in the room. So we use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed for any skill. Any skill. Care plan's not going to tell us to use it. We have to know that. Now, if we're going to put a privacy blanket on, how we do that matters. We do not snap or shake the privacy blanket. So make sure your patient's always covered with something. If you snap or shake that blanket, it aerosolizes all those cooties that are on that patient's bed, brings it right up where you can breathe them right in. So we don't do that. We don't snap or shake anything. We simply unfold. So we put that blanket on over their existing sheet, and then we pull the sheet down underneath. That way they're always covered. We don't take the sheet away and then give them a consolation prize. We put the blanket on over the sheet, pull the sheet down underneath. They're always covered. Good? Good. All right. So we've got the sheet on, or the blanket on. We pulled the sheet down. We got him dressed. Yay, good job. Now it's time to take that blanket away. You want to pull the sheet up over the blanket and take the blanket away after they're covered with the sheet. Again, keep them from being uncovered. Now, if you have gloves on, not for this skill, because we're not going to use gloves for this skill. I'll talk about that in a minute. If you have gloves on for some skill, and you're using a privacy blanket like partial bed bath or pericare or catheter care, when you pull that sheet up next to their face is where that sheet's going to land. If you have soiled gloves, think about where your gloves are for pericare, below the belt. Do you want those body fluids on that sheet right up next to her face? No, nobody wants that. So when we're using the privacy blanket and we have gloves on, we have to take care of everything first. Clean your basin, put it away, put your dirty linens away, everything you need gloves for. Take your gloves off and then pull the sheet up and remove the blanket. Good. So just remember, we're going to get to this again later in the program, but just remember this rule. If I'm using a privacy blanket and I have gloves, the gloves have to come off before the privacy blanket does. Good? Good? All right. Yeah, you don't want those cootie covered sheets right up next to their face. That's just gross. That is just gross. So one of the things I saw when I was in clinical practice, I walked into a patient's room and there's brown stuff all over the sheet. Like right here, brown stuff. What is on that sheet? So I called the CNA in and she's like, oh yeah, I just changed her brief. So yeah. And you left her like, well, yes. I'm like, why would you do that? She says, well, I'm going to change her sheets later today. Matters not at all. Later today is way too late. It shouldn't be there to begin with. That's gross. If you walked into grandma's room and saw that, how would you react? You don't want to do that in my grandma's room, I can tell you that. All right, so we know barrier, we know privacy blanket. Let's move on to linen rules. The good thing about linen rules, is that they're repeats of everything else we've already learned for the most part. So we're going to get through this really quickly. Linen rules are used in a lot of different skills. Notes are on page 87. We don't hold linens against our uniform. Yep, we already know that. We have to have clean hands to get our linens. Yep, we already know that too. And we don't snap or shake our linens. We know that too. So why are these on two different principles? Well, there's two reasons. Number one, there are some skills that don't have barriers or privacy blankets, but we need these rules. But the second reason is probably more important. If a rule is repeated, like these three, it is an infection control rule. And on the test, infection control rules can fail you. Got it? Doubly important. If a rule is repeated, it is doubly important. Good. Now we're going to skip a couple of these. We're going to come back to these two in a new lesson, and we're going to go to the end. Anything we don't use has to be discarded. Don't save it in the room for later. We don't leave stuff in the room for later because once it's out of your sight, it can't be considered clean. Somebody could have sat on it. Somebody could have wiped up coffee off the floor. If it's out of your sight, it is not clean. So we don't take linens into the room and leave them for later. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's a tested principle. Good? Okay. All right, so now we know these three principles. So let's back up real quick. Out of the 11 principles that we have to learn, okay, we know skill rules, we know the opening, we know glove rules, we know the barrier, we know privacy blanket, we know linen rules, and we know the closing. So this is the end of week 1, and out of 11, we've already got 7 down. Okay, we're making good progress. Easy peasy. And we're going to use these principles in lots and lots and lots of skills. So this isn't the last time you're going to see them. In fact, I'm going to repeat them every single class. All right, so let's learn about dressing the resident. This is the checklist for dressing the resident. Okay, this is the whole checklist, everything we need to get checked off. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, but everything that we've already learned, all of those principles, everything on the back wall, look how many things we've already got checked off. We haven't even got to the skill yet. And we've already got over half of our checklist filled in. So let's learn the steps we need to fill in these other checkpoints. Okay, so this is going to be on page 98. You have to ask the patient, what do you want to wear today? You have to get their preference. They have the right to choose their own clothing. For the test, because it's a mannequin, the evaluator will play the voice of the mannequin. They're actually going to describe an outfit that's on the shelf. They'll say, I want my blue pants and blue shirt. And you'll just go get what they suggested. They are not going to throw you a curveball. They're not going to ask for a short sleeve. They're not going to ask for a pullover. But you need to know not to grab one because our care plan says long sleeve, snap, or button front shirt. They're not going to give you a curveball, but an option will be there if you choose it. Good? Make sense? So they're going to describe an outfit. Blue pants, blue shirt. All right. You can, if they choose something that does not match in real life, this won't be for the test, but in real life, if it just simply does not match at all, you can suggest an alternative because you are judged by the way your patient looks. You are. So you can say, your white shirt would go really nice with those pants. And they may say, oh yeah, that's what I meant. Or they might say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt. Okay, no problem. We're going to honor their wishes. Maybe it's their lucky shirt and today is bingo. I don't know. You want to minimize exposure when you're dressing them. Just because we're getting them dressed doesn't mean they need to be exposed. That's where that privacy blanket is going to come in. You want to there's 3 ways we're going to minimize exposure. We're going to use the privacy curtain. We're going to get our clothing before we undress them, and we're going to use our privacy blanket. All 3 need to be used to get this checklist or checkpoint. Privacy curtain, privacy blanket, and get their clothing before you undress them. There is nothing worse than a patient laying in bed naked, waiting for you to go get clothes. That's not cool. Don't do that. When we lift any extremity, we lift from below with a flat palm. Do not grab from above. We're not the claw machine at Walmart, okay? We don't do this. We always lift from below with a flat palm. We're going to let the stronger arm do all the work. So the way we remember this is USA first. Remember that care plan? It said a weak right arm, and I told you to underline it or pay attention to it. We have to know which side is weak so that we know how to undress and dress this patient. So we undress the strong arm first. If we have a weak right arm, that means we're undressing the left side first. And then we dress the weak side first. That means we're putting the noose thing on the weak side first. The reason for that is it makes the strong arm do all the work. If my right arm is weak, this arm is weak, I'll just hold it up here so we remember it's weak. In order for me to get undressed, this arm is going to have to do all the work. I'm going to have to pull it out of the sleeve. It's going to have to move. And then the garment just slides right off that weak arm. No movement required. Now, if I get dressed, I slide the new garment on the weak arm. No movement required. And then I make the stronger arm do all the work to get back in that sleeve, where to go in that sleeve. Right? I make the stronger arm do the work. The way I remember that is USA first. Jake, that's you. Okay, we're going to dress that weak arm first. Be careful. Don't overextend. Don't force. Take care. That arm is weak. We have to protect it. You want to make sure your patient looks good at the end. Doesn't matter if at the end, if the bed is up or down. Patient staying in bed, our care plan said the patient staying in bed. Maybe they want to watch TV. Head up, head down, whatever they want. I don't care. Nobody cares. Okay. But when you're dressing them, it is helpful to put the head of the bed up to help get that shirt on. We're going to make sure everything goes in dirty linen. Do not put it on the floor. Do not throw things on the floor. Nothing goes on the floor but feet. Okay. We put the call light in the stronger hand. I'll be done in 10 minutes if she wants to. Call light goes in the stronger hand because a weak arm is weak. Put the call light in the stronger hand. All right, so now we know all of our principles. So we're going to use those principles to check off this checklist. So we're going to follow the care plan. We're going to do our opening. We're going to evaluate if we need gloves. So let's stop there for a second. This patient is a mannequin. She has no incisions. This one right here that you are going to do the skill on for the test is holding on to all of her own body fluid. She's not leaking anything. Good? Make sense? So I'm not putting undergarments on her because my care plan did not say anything about undergarments. So I'm putting shirt, pants, and socks on. No body fluids, no personal skin, no non-intact skin. Do I need gloves? No. Now, in a clinical setting, if your patient has an incision on their right hip and you're putting pants on, do you need gloves? If your patient is incontinent, do you need gloves? Yes. So this is based on the patient, not on the skill. Good? Okay, so we're going to evaluate if we need gloves. Spoiler alert, for the test, you won't. You're going to use a barrier because we need a clean place to put those supplies. We're going to use a privacy blanket because privacy matters. We're going to use those linen rules to keep our linens clean. And we're going to use all of those principles that we just learned about this skill. And then we'll follow it up with the closing. So if we do all of those things, we are going to get 100% on this skill, even though there's a lot of checkpoints here. This skill is actually pretty easy. Good? All right, we're going to show you the video for this. Remember, this care plan is only for this patient. It doesn't work for this one, or this one. These are all going to have different care plans based on the needs of that patient. This guy might be fine with short sleeves. Could be. This guy probably dresses himself. Every care plan is going to be different. So let me show you the video for this one. I'm probably going to keep you about 3 minutes over again today. I'm so sorry. Okay. Because after this, we're going to get into our very last skill for today, which is range of motion. It doesn't take me long to teach you that. There's no new principles to learn. So Jake, take her away, please. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Wonderful. I'd like to get you dressed for the day. Is that okay? Very good. Let me close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. After washing my hands, I'll gather my supplies. We'll start with a barrier, and then we'll ask the patient what they want to wear today. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? We'll get the outfit the patient described, including a pair of pants, a long sleeve button or snap front shirt, and a pair of socks, as well as a privacy blanket. Okay, Miss Jones, I've gathered our supplies here. So we're going to start with a privacy blanket. I'm going to lay this blanket out over you. This is going to help keep you warm and protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to be careful not to snap or shake the blanket. We'll put it right over the sheet and pull the sheet down underneath. And we're going to pull that sheet all the way to the end of the bed. Okay, we're going to start with the socks. I'm going to take the first sock, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, and place it on the foot so the toe seam is lined up over the toes. And then I'm going to lift the leg from below and pull the sock over the heel gently. We want to smooth it out, making sure there's no wrinkles and the heel is in the heel place. We're going to do the same thing with the other side. Scrunch it up, put it on so that the toe seam is across the toes. We'll lift from below with a flat palm, put it over the heel, and smooth out all wrinkles. Okay, so now we're going to put your pants on. I'm going to unfold the pants and scrunch up the leg all the way to the end. And I'll put my hand in through backwards. I'm going to hold the foot to slide the pant leg over the foot, and then I'll lift from below to slide the pant leg over the heel. We'll repeat on the other side. So we're going to scrunch the pant leg up all the way to the end. Put our hand through and hold the foot in place with our hand while we slide the pant over the foot. Lift from below to put the pant leg over the heel. And then we're going to pull the pants up. Okay, Miss Jones, if I can have you lift your hips up for me. Very good. We'll pull the blanket down and straighten the legs. Because we have to undress the strong arm first, and your care plan indicated that your right arm was your weaker arm, I'm going to sit the head of the bed up to make this a little bit easier to get you dressed, and we'll undress your left arm first. So I'm just going to press the button to get you into a sitting or semi-reclining position. This makes it a little bit easier for dressing. And I'm going to help you sit forward by putting my hand on your upper back. And on the count of 3, you're going to sit forward. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. I'll hold you in place, untie that gown, and then we'll tuck that privacy blanket behind your back as we return you to a sitting position. We're going to remove the gown from this arm, supporting at the elbow as we lift, and then resting the elbow back on the bed. We'll move the gown to the other side. Okay, so we're going to remove the gown from your weaker arm now. So again, I'll tuck a corner of this blanket behind you. We're going to remove the gown from the weaker arm by lifting from below at the elbow to extend the elbow out very gently, minimizing motion. Then we'll rest it back on the bed. The gown will be put on the overbed table. Now we'll take the shirt, and our care plan specified a long sleeve, snap, or button front shirt. This is a snap front. So I'm going to take the sleeve and bunch it up, putting my hand in through backwards, and hold the patient's hand, holding all the fingers together, keeping the elbow on the bed as I slide the sleeve over my hand and the patient's. Then we'll lift from below at the elbow, supporting, and slide the arm sleeve all the way up. We'll rest that elbow back on the bed. Mrs. Jones, if I can assist you to sit forward, I'll put this shirt behind you around to the other side. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll support at the upper back as we assist her. We want to smooth that shirt down. Come on back, Miss Jones. And I'll go to the other side to finish getting you dressed. And I'll help you put your arm in this sleeve. Again, we'll scrunch the sleeve all the way up, put our hand in through backwards, and this time, Miss Jones, if you can reach your arm back and grasp my hand. Thank you. Support at the elbow. And then we'll snap the shirt, making sure that the buttons are aligned properly and everything looks good. Now we'll remove the privacy blanket. Adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance. We'll wind the privacy blanket up in a ball, and I'm going to go get your gown, and we'll put these in dirty linen, and I'll be back to get you all settled. These items will go in dirty linen. I'm going to throw your barrier away. Ms. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Would you like the head of the bed adjusted at all? Or your sheet back on? You're good like you are? Wonderful. Here's your call light. We're going to place it directly in the stronger hand. If you need anything, please press that red button and we'll be happy to assist you. Your bed is in the low position. The environment is clean. I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands, and if you need anything at all, please feel free to call.
After washing my hands, I'll review the care plan to make sure that I undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first, and put the call light in the stronger hand. I'll make any corrections that I need to make, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Okay, so we are going to get to the last skill. That's okay. I've got some time toward the end of the program. We can plug it in. This happens all the time. I'm good. Time management is not my friend. Okay, so Jake is passing out today's review sheet. Where is it? Let's go back here. Okay, Jake's passing out today's review sheet, and your homework tonight. It's a weekend, 2 chapters. They're long. I can't do anything about that. Try to break your study up into small segments, 10, 15 minutes max. Then go do something mindless, like wash the dishes, walk the dog, play with the kids. Let your brain kind of digest what it just read before you try to shove more in. That's the best way to study. It'll help long-term retention. Okay, so don't try at 11 o'clock on Sunday night to get all this in. You're probably not going to. They're long chapters. So you're going to read 2 chapters in your yellow book, chapters 2 and 3. You're going to take the test on page 182 and 183 in the white book and grade it before you come to class on Monday. You're going to get your wrap-up email. It'll have the link for today's live stream so you can review, along with some other links, including all the videos that we just showed you today. If you're not getting your after-class wrap-up emails, please let Jake know. And remember, you were enrolled in the online course, so you do have access to that as well for additional study. There's your review sheet. I will see you guys on Monday at 9 a.m. Happy caregiving and have a great weekend. Bye. Thank you for joining virtually. We'll see you next week.